All right. Welcome for joining us, watching. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For group 6.
Group 6.
Group 6.
Oh, we get super excited. What session is it?
21. We're old enough to drink now.
Session 21. I'm sure Lucas would love that. No. I'm just kidding. Lucas is inheriting the Costas character too well, even though I created that whole thing. And Lucas had no part in their character's creation of that. So, anyways.
That was entirely added by him.
All right. Well, so where we at here is very strange. So we are kind of using our memory to track the location that was provided on a map that we don't necessarily have anymore. We came to the Facile Throck, which is referred to in Dwarvish as the Golden Gates. And it seems to be an entrance into something, right? Now, these large golden gates, there were 2 trolls. The trolls were friendly. Because there was gold and there was treasure. And not gonna eat you. So you all attempted to get into this place, and you used your skills to be able to do this, right? We had scrying going off, we had dimension door, or we had teleportation things happening, right? And then we had wild shape, we had conjure animals, whatever. We had mechanisms essentially to make the gates open, right? Our skills to get the gates open. We did so, right? It's very elaborate. 2 twin gates there. So we took a land bridge, we went across over this lake, and then we entered into the mountainside, right? And in the mountainside, immediately you walked into like an entry hall. It's referred to very loosely. There's furnishings around that were destroyed. There was damagings of other things, and there were elevator shafts as well as stairwells. Well, they were destroyed. The destruction of the place was super apparent. That they've whatever it is or whoever was in here, they intentionally destroyed some of this, right? Crashing and exploding off some of the ceiling to have it come cascading down and fill the elevator shafts as well as the stairwells. So there wasn't much to be seen besides the destruction around your feet on the stone flooring of rotten bodies, decayed bodies at that point, bits and pieces of kind of scorch marks or fires and things. So this all added into, kind of compounded into maybe your thoughts about what has happened here was something very bad, right? Whatever happened here was like something horrible, and it's just been sitting here for so long. And then all of a sudden these ghosts started like popping up, right? And these things were dwarfs, and they were holding hammers. They had like loose common clothing on, and they kind of protected you and like guided you into what appeared to be a formation within the main elevator shaft, a hole. This hole couldn't have been natural. It had to have been maybe artificial after there was things that were thrown down here. The pickaxes and the other mechanisms you saw in the tunnel work under, further down below, was that this might have been done intentionally to get up into this area or down into that area. Either way, you traversed in the tunnel. You ran into an undead eye monster creature. Then further, you went to kind of this large area that they were excavating outwards very slowly. You killed those creatures, and you continued down the tunnel. So this is where we're at. Okay, so the sounds of running water is very apparent. We can hear the river that's flowing down, so I'll get that kind of going as I go through here. And I'm going to give a description of the area one more time to give some more detail. So this is like a giant vertical fishbowl. There is a waterfall on the northern side of this map. It's off map, and it's hundreds and hundreds of feet into the air, and it's cresting down off of the mountains. There is some sort of object at the center of a kind of a land mass, right, that's covered in snow and ice, and that sits there. there's a hole in the mountainside, the water just above the water level to the south of this map, and there's brambles and thorns that are wrapping around that. Now, that in itself is roughly 10 to 15 feet or so in its width, and it has a circular almost nature to it, like a tunnel, right? But it's definitely changed. It's not all the same angle. It's very jagged, and it has a 10 to about 15-foot ceiling height that you're able to observe. And you can see that through the brambles that it's going somewhere, right? That's the only thing you can see, because around you is just vertical mountain slopes and jagged edges. There is no real perceivable way to climb up this. It's hundreds, not thousands of feet to get up any of this mountainside around you. And what becomes very interesting is the pattern that is here of the body of water, this lake. And it could be some amount of feet deep. You can't particularly see the bottom, but somehow it's draining, right? Because the waterfall is going into it. The water has to go somewhere. It's not just rising and rising up. That there is kind of like a shape that doesn't seem very natural, right? A lake like this would maybe be more circular, and there's like indentations towards one corner, and it's a little bit more kind of cornered. And it almost is like perfectly imprinted down. All the sides are the same in that imprintation. Could it be a shape? Could it be something natural, artificial, right? These are questions might be going through your minds when you look at this. There are chains to your left and right. They anchor into the stonework of the tunnel by these kind of latches, and they just dangle down into the water and now encrusted in some ice. They could be used for climbing down or up. At this range, like I said, it's unclear really to understand what the object is, but it seems to be maybe a bluish stone while you're staring and looking at it. But you can't tell really what it's inlaid into, right? It's just too small, and it's a decent distance away since you are elevated up about 30 or so feet. Okay, so any questions on that? No? All right, go ahead.
Actually, is the water surface moving?
The water surface is not moving, but there are bubbles and other sorts of little bit of foam activity suggesting there might be an undercurrent. Like there might be a underwater river that's draining this lake. So you'd have a current under the body, but you wouldn't have it at the surface.
Is the water clear or is it opaque?
The water isn't particularly full on either way, right? It's like half between the translucent and half of opaque. You can look through and get some depth, which you range to be maybe 3 or 4 feet down, and then from there it becomes a little bit clouded with maybe the turbulence of the water.
Does it look like the thing inside of the water, like any fish or ghosts or anything of that nature?
With your passive perception, you don't see anything.
And the chains are right in front of us, right?
That's correct. They anchor down either side of the tunnel, and they drop down into the water line 30 feet below you.
Could somebody see where these chains lead up to underwater, if y'all can?
Do you want me to take a look over the edge?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay. And I'm going to see if I can see how far I can to where these chains are going. If it looks like they're just like hanging down, if it looks like they were potentially connected to like a bridge or something to the other side.
Okay. So you're probably pulling
yeah.
on the chain a little bit, right?
I'm not pulling on it yet. I
Not pulling on it,
don't
you're
trust
just looking?
this. I'm
Okay.
looking
All right,
first.
Make a perception check.
Okay. Perception.
$25. Perception, looking at the chain, given the turbulence of the water and the movement of the chain appears to be anchored. most likely to the bottom of this body of water.
Anchored to the bottom.
I'd be willing to lower myself down and take a look if that would help.
Yeah, if it seems secure.
Yeah, it seems like it's anchored down at the bottom.
Okay, I'm going to use one of the chains to lower myself down to like just above the water surface.
Okay, you lower yourself down. See, the ice isn't particularly stable, right? Because there's moving water underneath, so you're able to get there. So you don't have any check or anything there. The chain is plenty thick, and you're able to use it along with the kind of the walling of the mountainside. Even though it is quite kind of that vertical nature, there still is little grooves and inner workings, so you can kind of pitch your feet into it and start rappelling down. You get to the water line.
Do I see anything else now that I'm closer?
No, the turbulence of the water and through the ice as well. Can't see anything. So you just know the chain goes further down into the water.
I'm just gonna say this a bit loud because they might have a hard time hearing me over the water. Nothing special. From the looks of it.
Brad, can you swim in that? Or
I can swim in it. Or, no, if we want to go down to the bottom, I could separate it.
yeah, it sounds cool.
It's anchored down at the bottom. It's serving as an anchor. Or as I don't know. It seems like an anchor on a ship. I guess that would be my frame of reference.
I think parting it would be good, and we could just cross over, see what that gem looks like, what that blue is.
Are you able to part it if it's like, let's say, 100 feet deep?
Redbird scratch his chin thinking on it.
I'm gonna come back up. I
Maybe.
think I have an idea. Climb back up the chain. I'm gonna summon a mastiff to like kind of help us. So if someone decides to swim across the water, maybe like swim with you, pull you, and like pull you up or anything if you get pulled down, or I don't know. I'm still very like with all the undead around. I'm still very much expecting zombies to be in there. Maybe it's just me. I'm very much expecting to get pulled down by ghosts.
Stood away for a second. Did we like throw anything into the water? Or...
We have not done that yet. We're being very cautious right now.
Cool, I got it. I'll take out a copper. We don't even have copper, do we? Yeah, a gold piece and just throw it inside.
The water hits into the water and goes down into the water, just like any metal
Any
would
response?
in a lot of water. There's no response. Nothing pops out. There's nothing. Just breaks the surface tension of the water and then disappears.
So
It's fine.
Want me to try to separate it?
Yeah.
Going to control water.
Okay. So you're going to control water. Costas, are you still creating your mastiff?
Yeah. If it's not useful here, it'll be useful at some point later.
Okay. 1 second.
And what is it? Part water.
Okay, so you're going to control water here, and you're going to part the water. So you can see the water being pulled back as you begin to kind of form shapes and things, maybe forming a bridge of sorts, right, through the towards whatever object is at the center, and to get a clear indication. As you part the water, you can see that the actual lake here is not particularly that deep. It's only about 12 to 13 feet deep, and also ranges almost like a donut in a way, as it kind of forms at a D grade, then flat lines, and then ascends up to the center of the object. So there isn't much there that's even 12 feet. It all ranges in that dip, right? One thing kind of catches the eye, particularly Vothala stretching and looking at this, and even Felix yourself. There seems to be large inscribed upon the stone of the flooring of this lake. The flooring of this lake is completely smooth. It is solid stone. It's not bricked, and it's just flat, smooth at certain edges, right? So there's not rough and a grain to it. And then etched into the stonework are 4 to 5 foot radial runes or glyphs of abjuration or conjuration, and they form a lattice work with others as they kind of go into the water. So you can't see, right, because you're just parting some of the water here. So you know you can't see if they go further, but they just in this space that's parted, you can see them, and then they continue into the water of the on the base of the lake.
Oh, cool dog. Thanks, buddy. This is the perfect size. Attempt to mount.
There might be some protection.
Red's going to use the chain to climb down to the flooring.
Okay. Climb down to the flooring. The chain is exactly that. It's just anchored in the same way it's anchored to the tunnel. It's anchored down below. So you're able to get down to the water line, and then only a few more feet past that, and then you're now at the base of the lake. And then you kind of continue down that degrade and then ascend if that's what you're intending to do. But
Yep.
Okay.
Walking across this trench to, I guess, the pillar, or until something
Okay.
happens bad.
Reg, be careful. Those runes might have protection magic on them. Just be cautious.
Okay, I'll try.
I'll follow behind.
Felix, you mount the Mastiff. The Mastiff's ready to go.
Good boy. I'm gonna name you after this interesting fellow I met in my travels named Zell. Let's go, Zell.
All the dogs have climbed down the chain, but there's no water to jump into, so we're gonna figure it out.
Carry it down.
Carry it down.
Yeah, make like a little
Us,
doggy
catch us.
backpack.
Let's go.
Little doggy backpack.
All right, Costas, you get down on the chain. You're now at the bottom. You see the Mastiff jump off in the direction of you with Felix on the back, and you should make an athletics check.
My own dog? Okay, that's
First roll of the day. Costas, go. I'm just kidding. It's not the first roll, but kind of like first roll. 11. How much do you weigh, Felix?
Oh, goblin, 2.5 feet tall. I mean, with all my gear, maybe 50 pounds.
Okay. I'm going to take the 11 then. All right, so Mastiff dives off for you. You grab the Mastiff as well as Felix riding this dog. It's a large weight. You kind of go down into a half knee. You lower them down upon the smooth stone of the lake's bed.
Hey, you're so strong, Costas. Thank you. You all right, buddy?
I'm gonna telepathically communicate with the dog. Don't do that again. Don't listen to him without my approval. Got it. I'm gonna keep going.
Good boy, Zell. Let's go.
You ride the dog. The dog rides up. All right. So one thing to make an observation of as you make this small trek over to the island that sits at the center of this lake is that there is no vegetation. There is no greenery, algae, or grasses down there. There's also no fish that you see through the water. There's nothing at all. And it seems very, very odd to you all. So you now get on top of this island. Your control water here lasts for 10 minutes, plenty within the time frame of using it to shape and then get here. Okay? What you observe is a brass bowl, a small bowl. And inside of that bowl is a blue gemstone that is translucent and is a hexagonal pyramid shaped. It also sparkles with static electricity as it's kind of shimmering and vibrating with this current. It's about 1.5 inches in length, so not very large. And nothing about the brass bowl or the gemstone suggests that the gemstone is anchored into the bowl or the bowl is anchored into anything else. It's just set there. There's no runes on the bowl, it's solid brass.
Othello, any idea what this is?
I could cast a spell and find out.
While he's doing that, I'm checking around literally all of our surroundings, just trying to keep an eye out if I see anything move.
Okay.
Anything. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna telepathically ask the dog if they smell anything.
Wow. While they're doing that, Ray's gonna go through all the phases of the control water, redirect flow, whirlpool, since first time he used to play with it.
You're just shaping different things in the water.
Yep.
Okay.
See what all he can, the extent of it.
All right, so Othello, are you ritualized casting this or are you casting outright?
Casting it outright.
Okay. So casting outright to get the tech magic off, it seems as though the stone, this blue stone, has magic, and it feels awfully a lot like the same magic that comes off of your own gemstone. In fact, it has the same kind of realm of all these schools, and it's quite a large kind of energy about it, but you can't detect the specific properties beyond that. Just know that the signature of its magic is similar to your own. Now, the Mastiff rolls a perception of 15. It continues to shake its head. And then moves off, begins to smell the ground around, circling. Just making little circles, smelling the ground.
Should I roll for my keeping watch thing?
It's up to you. I'm just taking your passive perception. If you want to make an active check, you have nothing to go off of. There's nothing around you that you see. Obviously, you're trying to be as perceptive as possible, so you can always make a roll, and then I'll give you the answer.
Sure.
Natural
Thank
20.
you. Thank you.
You don't see anything.
I don't care. At least I know.
Nothing around. I'm sure there's nothing here. Yeah, no. It goes, it's just scouting, looking, nothing.
Yeah.
Is this like a nest down here?
No, that's brambles of twigs and things from bushes, like bushes that are outgrowing from the rock, and it seems to kind of grow outwards, which is strange because, as I described, there is no vegetation in the lake, but yet in this particular spot, there is. There's other, obviously, evergreen trees and things around that are growing from some of the ledges of this vertical scape that might have some protrusions and kind of things, but that is the only vegetation that would seem right. Those bushes right there, it's very out of place.
What's it? Is there a height? Are these the same height?
They are the same height. They're roughly 1.5 feet above the water line.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's a tunnel in between them.
That's what it kind of looks like. I can go take a closer look if we need to.
Well, I was gonna say because I can see in the dark. In the dark, can I see into that tunnel for at least like 20 feet? Because I think it's 35 at that point for me.
Oh, are you talking about your dark vision? Yeah, I mean, it's a tunnel. It seems
Yeah.
to have the same height, 10 to 15 feet, forming that 10 to 15 foot width. It's very circular, right, in its design. And it seems to continue into the earth a little bit, but it does make some ascension, right? There is an elevation of gain, or gained in elevation. Beyond that, you don't see anything in there. There's no monsters or creatures or any movement that you see in the tunnel.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything in there.
From this,
Doesn't mean there
Diamond,
is
did you say
nothing.
we saw
either.
anything down this way?
Which way?
That way is the waterfall. So that is right off the map. The waterfall is like landing down, and it's formed that natural formation where it's hit into the rock and brittled it enough that it's formed like a ravine, like a gorge, right?
I think that tunnel might be a way out because I feel like we traveled down to get to this point. So if that's ascending, potentially a way out.
Well, first of all, I think we should probably find out what to do with this thing. Gesture towards the stone. Does it seem safe to touch it? Or-
Sure, why not? But I don't know. Would that activate anything? It's just a bowl in the middle of the podium.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this whole thing for any kind of trap.
Okay, big investigation check. 19. You do not see any sort of pressure plate, tripwire, or any sort of rune in the snow. You might dig away around the bowl, trying to see if there's any sort of mechanisms. Nothing. In fact, to you, the stone is not. It's just placed in the bowl. It's not tied to anything or put on a plate of any kind. It's just in a bowl.
Reg will reach
It
in and
seems, yeah, fishy,
pick
but
up the stone.
Regmore picks up the stone.
Yeah.
the look that Thea gives Reg.
All right,
Is
Rigmore, I'm going to
indescribable.
need you to... I'm just kidding. You pick up the stone, and nothing happens. You have the stone in your hand. Continues to kind of cackle with that static electricity and has a very translucent appearance in that hexagonal pyramid-like fashion.
It's another chosen stone. Just so you're aware.
Like the ones you guys have.
Yeah. It's a different one.
You don't have one there?
No.
How can we chosen without a stone? That doesn't make sense.
Insight.
There's nothing to go off of to suggest that she's lying, except for it's kind of odd that you all have stones.
Clearly, she's lying.
You can roll insight if you want. That's your choice.
I don't need to. She's lying.
Costas doesn't have a stone.
Yeah, he does.
He does? He just got given one. He got given, like, Zells, right?
Does
From
he not have a
Dirty
stone?
Joe.
Was that even?
I have a stone. Oh,
You have a stone?
Yep. Sure. Oops. Yep.
Yeah, I wasn't given Zol. So
Dirty Joe has not given.
Yeah,
Dirty Joe has
okay.
not given any stone. Dirty Joe still has the two.
Oh, that's a...
That was an insight for Felix, not them.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, for what?
I was like, I don't even have to roll on that.
He's like, yeah, I got a stone. That was my
Oh,
insight.
I mean, it seems to be genuine. The
You
truthful.
see a
That's
giant ruby stone on his necklace. As shown in this character art. See?
You still have detect magic. You could detect magic on that.
Do you?
Not magical, right?
It is magical. Smack
Oh.
is giving off the same magic as your stone and the one down Rigmore's hand.
You know, see, here, let me show you. And take the ruby and twist it in half, and inside you see a bronze gemstone.
Oh,
How big is it?
he's definitely not lying.
Bigger than yours.
It's about
Well,
2 to
clearly,
2.5
because I
inches
don't
in its
have one.
length, and it forms an octagonal prism.
Yeah, Bea's weirdly totally lying about that, but okay. Anyways,
Red's going to do take out his silver stone and touch the two together.
Nothing happens.
Ha.
Yeah, I think it only correlates with those same type of stones with the same color.
Well,
no, just pocket it for now. And then when we seriously come across somebody who has another gemstone that's not in this group, then we'll have it.
So we have 7.
Green,
Hold on, we have
Blue.
green.
bronze.
Yeah, green was cross.
Bronze, green, black is Joe's, and white and silver. That's 6.
Huh. Huh. Rag
So
will
Thea
pop.
doesn't have one? Or is that just an main character thing?
I, Thea, do not have a stone.
Rag's gonna pocket the 2 stones back to where he keeps them.
Okay, sounds good.
Othala, can you seen your monkey up? See what's above the waterfall.
Yeah, sure. Heavy. Go see what's over there.
All right. So the waterfall is hundreds and hundreds of feet above you. You send Heavy out, and as Heavy does, Heavy flies about 150 feet upright, aimed to get right using the water as a level, and then Heavy just smashes into a barrier and disperses. As the barrier erupts, it forms the same runic pattern in the bed of the lake, shimmering from the epicenter where Heavy hit, and Heavy ceases to exist.
Well, that was unexpected.
I think we should get out of here.
Ha.
I think we might be trapped.
Nah, it's on this way. Does this look swimmable?
It is swimmable. Yep.
Cool. I'll swim over there.
All right. Swim over there. It's cold and frigid water. This is mountain runoff, so it's extremely cold. And getting over to the other side, precipitation might alleviate that. Firebolt maybe, just get yourself warm. But you're able to swim to the other side. The controlled water has worn off at this point, so I'm going to just advance the time clock because you've been definitely talking, interacting for a period. The tech magic will most likely wear off it, so everyone's kind of having to get across and swim. But again, it's not difficult to do to get yourselves warm at that stage. It's just cold and frigid water. The Mastiff on the other side. Excited. Felix, you approach the tunnel. As you do, a writing begins to emerge over a very translucent, slightly opaque barrier like a wall of force. And this writing is in papyrus and simply states, "Are you sure?" with a question mark at the end and large font goes across. Everyone can see it. It's this large writing. I'm being absolutely serious right now. It's really happening right now.
Sure about what?
As you say that, the letters change and rearrange a little bit and grow. Going inside.
Is it safe?
Changes. As safe as can be. Come in.
Good enough for me.
I
Says
told
that.
that.
Reg, I
barrier.
am going to tie
As-
you to me.
As Regmore says that, the lettering disperses and the barrier shimmers away. Feeling the path is open.
Bye, Taylor, you dwarf.
How the fuck do these people survive?
I ask myself the same exact question every freaking day.
Why
just
is he
lucky.
the one that holds on to the stones?
Well, he's the
It's
responsible
better.
one. So.
It said it was safe.
Yeah, and we believe
take his
everything that
word?
everyone says, right?
It's a dwarven fort.
With ghosts in it?
I'm waiting for the point.
Let's go. He's gonna
There's
go. So let's
flaming
go.
skulls here and everything.
Okay, you're going in?
Be careful.
Going in.
All right.
Would you like me to scout ahead?
So it
Yes.
becomes very quick with your dark vision as well that something is opening up. This is only about 70 or so feet from the actual tunnel's entrance, so it becomes really quick to those with dark vision that something's opening up. Eventually, this tunnel forms into brick stone walling as well and kind of squares off and has this very perfect dwarven design to it, but not very dwarven work. It seems to be more laser etched in its design for some of the stoning and things, not really naturally crafted. The chamber in front of you has a rough 12-foot ceiling height, pillars that are bricked, kind of squared off. extend and support that. Chains dangle from them and anchor in by shackles to many of the chains. When you look left and right from your dark vision, you can see that there is visible light coming from a source towards the west through a portcullis-like gate. There's openings in that gate, and the iron bars themselves are tight enough that you can't really particularly squeeze in unless you're a tiny-sized creature. There is a lever that sits nearby. That one, and then another one on the other side. The lever is kind of metal, sits midway on the wall, so about 4 and 5 feet up, and then can be pulled down, it would seem, from the grooving of the stone. Unclear if that has something to do with the gates, maybe lifting them or whatnot, but that's what you're observing right now.
Again, do you want me to scout ahead?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Yeah. Here, and I'll cast some visibility on Thea.
Thank you, disembodied voice. Now please. Follow at a slight distance.
No, we'll just be here, please. You let us know.
Mm,
I'll reach out to you periodically.
Ray's gonna
Sounds
sit
good.
down and wait.
all right. So I'm going to very quietly approach the where I see the light coming from.
Okay. You can roll stealth if you're trying to be stealthy as well. As the
Yes.
All right, 27. Okay. All right, so Thea, as you walk over to the gate, the intense heat begins to hit you, and as well as the transition here in this space, it's quite hot as well as humid. You notice that when you look through, there is a shelf that extends from the tiled floor to bedrock that extends over a lava pit, rectangular-sized chamber with pillars that extend up to the ceiling height, 4 of which are slightly shorter than the ceiling, which extends maybe 20 to 25 feet above. The lava level is actually just 2 to 3 feet below the shelf that extends outright.
I'm going to move to the other doors.
You notice you move to 2 doors on the south side, levers in the left and right of those 2 doors. One of them, as you extend down, you can see visible light, particularly from magma or lava. There's also kind of stone plates that you're being able to observe, metal grating. It's very unclear at this distance what particularly those are. You go to the next one. Seems to be another corridor. The 10-foot ceiling height, both of these. They extend, this one anyways, extends to the east direction.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to the last door.
You go to the last door and you extend. You see multiple different wallings of a 10-foot ceiling height, and they extend into various and multitude of directions.
Okay, and then I'm going to return back to my group.
Okay.
And I'm going to tap Felix. So he knows I'm there.
Oh, hey.
All right.
Hey, is that you? Or is that a
Yes.
ghost?
No, it's a ghost.
Hey, the ghost guys, get ready.
I've died. I'm a ghost now.
I killed Thea.
All right. We have 4 exits from this room. One looks like it leads into a lava pit. There is an exit beyond that, but again, it's over about 30 feet of lava. So to the south, we have 2 exits. One of them has visible light. It looks vaguely like the light emitting from the lava room. So potentially more lava. One of them goes around a bend, so I can't see past it, can't see where it goes. And the exit to the east, I don't know, east of the room, it's got a bunch of different exits that I can't see around the corners. So we have options.
What's in the lava room?
Lava and pillars and more lava.
So the real question is do we want to go into a room that we know is filled with lava? Or do we want to go somewhere where it could be anything?
I am presenting the options to the group.
Okay, we're gonna go this way, guys.
Lava it is, I guess.
Lava room it is, I guess.
Okay.
Come on, Mastiff.
Ooh, that is hot.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be opening.
Yeah, is it locked?
You try to lift the gate. It's a portcullis-like gate, so it goes down, and you try to lift it up, and it's heavy, and it seems to be locked by some mechanism. The lever sits to the left.
Yeah, can you get that lever?
Is this trapped in any way? Am I going to trigger like a lava flow running into this room?
I can't tell you that.
Well,
I don't
that's
know
what I'm thinking. That's
I
what
don't know what you
that's-
expect.
That's what Thea's thinking. She's
And
like,
that's what you're thinking.
this
That's fine.
gonna-
but I can't
I'm
tell
just,
you.
I'm
if it will or
spitballing
not.
out loud. This is what's going through her head. Am I going to trigger a lava flow into this room if I touch this? So I'm investigating it.
Make an investigation check. $14. Kind of thumb it a little
Maybe.
bit. Pull it up and down. There's some resistance to it. Can't see any grooves into the stonework. It's a possibility.
Yep. All right. Well, you told me to do this, so I will
Wait.
flick the lever.
All right. You pull down the lever. As you do, you see the gate begin to work itself. As it does, it lifts up. Now open.
Ooh.
My cold resistances don't help with this.
Reg, get back over here.
What is this?
Shouldn't we open up the other doors?
Let's do
Yeah.
one at a time.
Coming into the space, you notice that the chains from left to right are shackled and anchored into the stone. They're also at the same level as you all here. The pillars, which are 4 pillars, these are elevated above your position. Excuse the red, you can't really see it above the lava. But the 4 pillars on either side, those are elevated above your position about 10 feet or so. The big pillars actually go into the ceiling. So those are there. Now, the chain runs to the pillars, and then they wrap around the big pillars. So the chain is kind of goes in and then wraps around further into that.
What's across?
Looks to be a matching shelf at the same elevation as you all, and there is a corridor which heads north.
I think we should check out the other exits before we come back to this one.
These pillars are going into the lava. These ones?
They are, and they're not molting or hot.
And they're not melting, and they're all connected by these weird chains. Is there any indication on the edges of the platform that we're on, or if looking across the other side, does it look like there's any, like, indication that maybe something is raised and, like, scrapes against it?
No. Seems that this level behind you is tiled with stone. They've kind of grooved the stone, and then this is more of the bedrock that has been unrefined. Or Felix and Costas. But there's no real scraping or movement upon it. But
Does it look like there could be anything inside of the lava? Like, you
Well,
know,
look at those stones. They're not melting. They could be connected to more stone that is not melting.
Lucas, have you ever stared at lava before?
no.
You would know it literally damages your eyes. So, but you get a quick peripheral glance and you look at it, you don't see anything. And you might be a little more blind than you were before.
Yeah.
So,
You go.
the distance from this tip to this tip, I think, is 30 feet.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go to the edge of the tip and Misty step to the other side.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow as well.
You want to click as close as you can, just move your token over. You're probably going for a little bit of maybe of a jump right outright and then stepping over. So you're over.
These
Be right
chains
back,
that
guys.
the chains that the pillars are attached to the wall, Is it just like attached to the wall? Does it look like it goes inside the wall?
It seems to be anchored to the wall by shackles. So the best way to kind of say this is that there is a
Okay.
piece of metal, like a plate, that is anchored or welded into the stone by some fasten method, and then that chain is shackled to the plate.
Yeah, just want to wait
Felix.
here a second. Me and Othello will go ahead, and I'll let you know if there's anything worthy on the other side.
Yeah.
You want to come on?
All right, let's go.
I'm just trying to move quietly down the hallway until we see something else.
Okay. So it looks to be darkness, right? As you're heading in the northern direction, the ceiling height varies from 10 to 12 feet. It actually forms different kind of smooth grades that it's forming, right? And that difference of change. The walls continue in that space, and you begin to head in the northern direction. I'm going to transition you to a new map. You continue for some time, not very much. Seems to be ranging 60 to less than that feet, maybe 50, and you're now on this particular map. So you've really just transitioned between the other map and here. There's not much difference between the two.
Keep going, huh?
Yeah, I got connection with them still. I could reach out if anything.
You need to move. Quietly, slowly, safely, moving together until we see something different.
Okay. Continuing, Felix, you can see that there's some sort of iron gate up ahead with pillars on the left and right. You approach, you observe through this 10-foot iron gate that's anchored into the walls appears to be some large, massive blue creature with a just ginormous wing, and it's curled up into itself. It's difficult to see what exactly that is. There is a lever that sits just 5 feet in your direction on the wall.
Does this look like a dragonoid in nature?
It does. Appears to be blue.
I'm just gonna point towards Othello to back up slowly.
Shifting of shackles and chains.
So there's a dragon up there, and I hear some shackles and chains. Can you get a closer look without being in that room or no?
Yeah, just be on the lookout. I'm gonna be a little blind, and I'll cast clairvoyance into that room. Like,
Okay. Is that where you want your clairvoyance?
yeah.
Underneath the wing of a elder great blue worm. It's roughly 150 feet greater in size. It's laying down upon the ground, chained, it seems, but it's difficult to see because you're currently under the wing. It's all dark.
Am I able to see the chains from where I'm at?
You are currently under the wing of the creature. The creature is taking up pretty much the entire space of this massive chamber. You can get an idea if you maybe move your sensor or get a better look. You can try to figure out if that's your choice.
Yeah, I'll try to move the sensor.
Okay.
Probably above the wing or.
Okay. So you move the sensor and attempting to get a look. It seems that this chamber is it's very large. Okay. This chamber itself could potentially be, given where it's at, is not particularly underneath the lake, but is maybe underneath the tunnel or how you kind of ranged, but it's difficult to compartmentalize how far it really is or what the reach is. The best way to describe to you is that the ceiling height fully encompasses the beast. Okay, so the creature is large, but it has to lay down because the ceiling is hitting it, and so it's kind of smashed into those pillars extend up to that height. There's a series of two of them in each corner. They seem to be channeling this aura or magical like effect about these gemstones that are inlaid into it, creating this ambiance of light. They also spiral with this electrical current that comes from the bottom and the top of them. Spiral hitting, and then they extend that into the next series of pillar, and then they extend that into the chains, which are manacled to the draconic, to the actual dragon's legs. The dragon also does not appear to be in a very healthy state. Its wings are tattered. Its legs and its scales on many of its legs and its underbelly, as well as the dorsal side, are gone. They're removed. There's gaping holes in this creature's flesh. This creature breathes, but at a very slow and deteriorated rate, and it does not seem to be aware of your presence. Could be in a slumber. It's unclear.
The electric shackles. Does it look like it's producing electricity towards the dragon, or is it draining?
It appears that it's producing some sort of electrical current into that chains, which thereby go to the manacles, which are anchored upon the legs of the creature. The chains are not very large, which is striking because this creature is massive. The manacles are large enough to encompass the legs. So you're trying to theorize a little bit that perhaps the chains, I mean, a dragon of this size should be able to break a chain like that. There's no question. It could be destroying this whole place. There's no question. But somehow, it's not.
Okay, I'll be relaying the appearance of the dragon to Felix as quiet as I can.
Okay.
Buddy, how long can you focus on that?
Not too long. About
Okay.
10 minutes.
All right. I'm gonna try to message back to Thea. I'm not sure if we're within range or not.
Range for a message.
120 feet.
I think you're a little too far because of the barrier of metallic substances and the stone.
All right, so I think we need to know more about that dragon, and I don't know if it's gonna try to kill us or not, but I think we should talk to it.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
Would you you're super smart. I'm not too bad at my words. Would you mind if I started off?
Yeah, definitely.
Would you mind going and letting people know, and then with you, because we're a little bit far out of range unless you can reach it from here. I can't reach it from here.
Yeah, I'll cast sending.
Okay.
And I'll send Thea a message. We are down the hall. It's probably a couple 100 feet. We stumbled upon an elder blue dragon. Need a rendezvous. Try to make it over.
He said Elder Blue Dragon, my head snapped up. And while I am still frantically trying to assess this room for a way to get over there, I'm also trying to remember everything I can about blue dragons specifically. With my favorite enemy.
Okay.
Where's the drop from the lava to the kind of ledges right here?
The drop in the lava is only several feet. It's not very much.
So we can't like extend a rope along over and like.
No, that thing is gonna fry.
It'll sizzle. Any flammable material most likely will catch if you get close enough to this source.
Are we good with that?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send back to Athala. Still trying to figure out how to get over there. Please be careful.
Clairvoyance at this point is ended.
Okay. Yes, they're on their way. They're gonna try to make it over.
All right. Well, she's not gonna be invisible anymore. I'm gonna cast enhance ability on myself.
Okay.
Eagle Splendor.
And Felix, good luck. And I'll tap him on the shoulder. Guidance.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna get guidance as well. Okay.
I'm gonna, from where I'm at, behind the corner, I'm gonna look around and point and message the dragon.
Okay. So you're gonna point and message the dragon.
Excuse me, sir.
Just doesn't seem to be a response.
Okay. That's setting. Let's see. Am I 60 feet away from this dragon? I think.
You are, yes.
Did he move?
No, it's a problem with the vision of the walls. Based on
Got
the
it.
source of the middle of the token, if you have any walling, it'll automatically remove the token from your vision. It's still there.
Got it. I would get within 60 feet through the protocol list, and will use my universal speech on him. He has the ability, even if he can't understand my language, to be able to magically understand me, regardless of the language I speak.
Okay.
And I'll repeat. This time, just out loud, kind of just like under. Excuse me, Mr. Dragon, sir. All right, this is a good sign.
You're a deep
All right.
voice. Who is that?
Oh, hey, Felix Funkus at your service. Wanna have a conversation?
Bedicus. Speaking in common.
That's my magic. He can understand me now.
Where are you?
Common.
I hear your voice.
All right, so I'm going to come around the corner. I'm going to talk to you. Please don't destroy me.
Yes.
Hey there, buddy. Oh, wow, you're big. I will pull the lever. Stay back a little bit so you don't, also die.
Sorry, got curious.
No, you're okay right there. All right. Hey, so how you doing? You are so big. Just making my way around to your other side. Oh, wow, these are strong electrical currents. This is okay. Oh, wow, you are. Oh my God, this guy is so big. Just
Now
speaking
getting
very
an-
loudly so Athala can hear me.
Sounds good. So now getting a Felix and understanding this is an elder great blue worm. It's nearly 160 feet long. Its wingspan most likely is about 210 feet. The scales again are decayed and weathered, revealing patches of rotten flesh. Now noticing this does not have any sort of influx or breath of air. This dragon is not breathing, but is mimicking a breathing pattern. There are tiny horns that form twin rows on top of the head, going to the mid-spine with a single large horn in between that is nearly the size of its skull. That horn in between is missing. It's gone. It's chipped and chiseled away. So you're only seeing the remnants of that. It has this protruded jaw that comes out. So its under teeth actually come up of its main lip. As it kind of looks in your direction, it can't even lift its head. That's how slammed the wall of the ceiling is to its body. It just kind of looks in your direction with its head down, stares at you. You will set me free, and I will reward you with wealth and power.
That's definitely a possibility. What was your name?
My name is Tresgal.
Trezga. No, I'm just writing this down. Thank you, Trezga. Okay. So what you doing here, bud?
Squints its eye towards you and looks. Is this a joke?
No, if I'm gonna free you, I gotta know, why you're here. So.
Is that foolish lich playing tricks on me again? You see the breath begin to cackle with electricity in the mouth, open, sparkling different electrical currents, staring at your direct moment. About ready
Sorry,
to
did you
let
say
go.
lich or witch?
It said lich.
Not sure who you're referring to. Is that a Damdar or somebody else?
That name. The lightning pulls back. I need you to make a persuasion check. The Lich knows that name. You can use it, I know, but the Lich would not assume a form weak and insignificant like you. I do not smell the Lich either. You really there? Squints at you.
Yeah, of course. Can I approach you?
No.
Well, I thought you wanted to know.
haven't ate for a long time.
Oh, here you go, bud. Pull a
are-
ration out of my inventory.
Drops
Toss it
the
to him.
tongue down, twists the tongue, and slurps. You would probably taste better.
I wouldn't. I have a gluten allergy, so I'm a gluten-free goblin,
Does
and
that
it's not
mean-
tasty. You wouldn't like it.
I see. All right, we're gonna come to the rest of you. How are you getting across? So this conversation's happening at the same time. It sounds like you're trying to get across.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out the chain thing going on in this room, if it meant that there was a mechanism that lifted up out of the lava that is similar to the stone that is not melting. Um,
Was curious about one thing, which is you see these like little poles, like that you circled earlier. Does it look like I could jump onto those and then land safely?
The best way that I can show this to you to understand is that the chain to your right and to your left is going up over 10 feet. That is creating that elevation from you. Okay, so that's going that way. And that's going that. Oh, my pens. Wow, my pen just went crazy. What is that? So it's going up 10. I have to change the color of this for sure. There's no way you're able to see this.
I
you
can
even
see it. It's
can you
just
see
very,
that?
very faint. Yeah.
I can change the color. My color's orange, so it's matching the lava. I love it. Okay. Well, it's fine. We're going to keep it there for
You
now.
wrote a 10. I can
It's a
see
10.
that.
All right, so 10 feet up, okay? So the pillars are about 10 feet above your current position. And so they're 10 feet up, and then they're that much distance away from you, okay? And that is the same on the other side, the chain going down. These chains that go up here are going up almost to 20 feet up. They're near vertical to the large pillar that's there, that's anchored to the wall with chains wrapping around it. In similar fashion, that chain goes down 20, 20, and that is mirrored on the other side. Okay, so I'm going to erase this, and I'm just going to use my text tool here. Edit these as well, so give me 1 second. Do you understand what is happening?
Mm-hmm.
And then this one at the center, as I stated before, this goes to the ceiling height, which we're going to call solid 40 feet. Why not? Doesn't really matter. It just kind of gives you an understanding of how high the ceiling is. Right. And that's mirrored on the other side. So you have elevation. The chains are going up and then they're going down.
Okay. The other thing we were discussing in the chat, Reg said he could water walk us over.
In 8 hours.
Oh, well, we don't have that kind of time. Or you could giant eagle, or we could investigate the other rooms.
Or conjure animals for eagles to ferry.
Could eagles lift us up?
Giant eagles? Yes.
Oh,
It's a matter of, is there enough ceiling height for them to fly up?
It's 40 feet up, so
Yeah.
I think the giant eagle's a good bet.
Also use the chains.
the chains are over lava and are probably very, very hot, and I don't want to touch them.
If the giant eagles don't work, I'd be willing to try some acrobatics stuff to jump from the chains to the pillars to the platform.
Are you sharing the information about the dragon?
Yeah, no, I told you guys as soon as Othala told me there was a dragon.
Oh.
That there is an elder blue worm. And
Right.
apparently
Elder
Felix
blue.
is going to talk to it.
Is yeah.
Yeah, it's us.
Do we want to waste the time to investigate the other rooms, or do you want to just get us over, Reg?
It's your call. I mean, we could go to the other rooms, but we don't know if they lead up to that chamber or not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think it'd be best to just summon the eagles now, because especially the other rooms could have other stuff in them. And if we get in a fight, we currently only have 3 people. So like if we get attacked by
And a doggy.
it's 3 people and a doggy. So we only have like half our party with us, and actually
So,
more,
eagles.
so we only have half our. Yeah, I think we should just go down, regroup.
Okay. So you're conjuring eagles?
Yep, 2 of them.
Go. Okay. Don't need to cast. I'm just going to have you concentrating. Make sure to deduct a spell slot from your inventory. Eagles fly across.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Okay. Yep. And once we're across and everyone's safe, Ray's gonna take out the blue stone while they're moving up and try to somewhat focus into it like you did with the silver.
Okay. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw. $18. So Felix, while you're in the midst of the conversation, you see the dragon turn and twist its head and kind of close its eyes for a brief moment. Regmar, you hear a voice within your mind. What? Bring it to me.
Bring what to you?
Need it. The essence of Blue Dragon. Bring it to me.
Who is this?
You're getting closer. I can feel it. Keep walking. The eyes open, look towards you, Felix. Looks like you have friends.
Oh yeah, I have lots of friends. You could be one of them if you want.
I'm sure us becoming friends will be good.
Okay, so how do I get you out?
I do not
You gotta
know.
like break one of these things.
Before you decide to walk your goblin legs. I must tell you why I'm here, and it will make sense to you.
Yeah, of course.
But first, you must bring me what your friend has. The essence of Blue Dragon.
That feels like I'm doing a lot of stuff before you're doing your thing. So how about we do that in the opposite way?
Back into the cavern. Cavern shakes, and this vibration of energy protrudes outwards, and sparkling electricity from its mouth.
Well, look, obviously you could kill me, but I'd be dead and you'd still be locked up here.
I have been locked
So what do you got to
away
lose?
for years. Yet I have yet to have a warm meal. You are quite warm.
I have a couple of trolls out there that probably feed you pretty well.
That sounds good. You should bring them to me.
Yeah, I got the list of things that I'm supposed to do. If you could just tell me why you're here, I'd be happy to get to work on that, boss.
I will start at the beginning.
You mind if I write this down?
You are more than welcome to write this tale. You may tell it in whatever piss tavern you wish.
Thank you.
Born to Aluzgar, I grew in my ancestors' lair within the northern Navstir Mountains. Early in life, I claimed all of Ismar and much of Olara. They were only rivaled by Askuk, an ancestor of Horan, Golden Dragon. Each year, I lost more territory in Olara due to Askuk's hunger and Clan Hundar's everlasting oaths to slay dragons. After Askuk was slain by Berithun, I became reclusive. Berithun's ambition grew far from their lair in Mount Dremar on the Isle of Bir. Now that Askuk was gone, I was the only true competition. I decided yielding to Berithun's might would ensure my survival. Indeed, it did, as Berithun was slain hundreds of years later at the hands of humanoids, and I was not. 9 years ago, I was contacted by one who called itself Magello. They claimed themselves as a wizard of old who helped in the slaying of Berithun. I feared that they would slay me, but instead they provided insight and divination into a being that would arise to enslave all dragons on Arthuria. My ancestors spoke that my kind was once enslaved, and Magello confirmed the essence of dragons were once more on the prime material plane. I agreed to Magello's proposition and was turned into an undead dragon. By Utah Slitar's gifts, many Knights of Bir coordinated the effort and ensured the Lich would be released from their imprisonment in Gerda, a forsaken dwarven city that we are lying now. In its depths is my prison. The Lich was told after Damodar was stopped, their release would be forthcoming. But the Knights of Bir and the Wizards of old, at least Magello, had failed. And Damodar was not stopped. Erithun and Damodar placed me here, leaving my essence close by, so I could feel and sense it to torture me. The Lich was no match for Damodar. Damodar was merciful and seemed to strike another bargain in exchange for keeping me enslaved and protecting the key to my enslavement. The Lich would be free. As you can see, for the last 9 years, that has been a lie. The Lich still lingers. I am still in prison. I have killed this Lich numerous times. Yet the Lich comes back, continues to ask its questions. I fought against my kin, the other dragons. I fought against Erithun, an elder great red worm. Oran, great elder goldworm. Rugash, elder black dragon. Eldzar, a young silver dragon. And Ithrin, an adult white dragon. There was one more, but they did not fight in the conflict at the Wizard's Keep. They instead plagued upon the ships of the sea. Romina. Beautiful Romina. I miss her. An elder green dragon with a fire in her eyes. It's just... These kin were immortal. They could not be killed, no matter how I assaulted them with my breath. Not a single blow was dealt. There was this magic about them. The reason that I was turned undead was to release the control the essence of Blue Dragon would have upon me. And I would not be commanded like them.
And if you were to be released now, what would you do?
To be released, I would fly home. I would bury myself in crystals and gems of my lair. I would live till Damodar was dead of rot.
So if I told you that my friends and I were fighting against Damodar, and how would you feel about that?
I would tell you it is a foolish quest.
Sure, but gotta do something in your life.
Power of dragons is far greater than you.
Maybe, but my friends already killed Ithrin, so I think they're gonna be all right.
How did you kill this dragon?
Well, I didn't, but my friends did. They're on their way. They're having trouble with your lava pit, or the Lich's lava pit. I'm not sure whose ownership. I don't know if it's like a co-ownership situation.
You speak awfully a lot quickly.
I'm sorry. I can slow it down. I do speak fast sometimes, but I'm nervous. You're just so powerful looking.
You tell wise words.
Is Was that a compliment, or were you giving me a command? I'm sorry.
I'm just telling you that I like your compliment. Continue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So, yeah, they killed Ithrin. They were given them Bane of Barathun by an ally of Magello, and we're gonna keep doing that.
So, you all, for the rest of the party, you're easily able to get through to this point, moving north on this corridor. It doesn't take you very long to take the Eagles over. So your current tokens are on the map. You can overhear this entire conversation. At this point, it took you maybe a couple minutes actually to make this work, so it's not far. Again, it's very much a transition from the last map to this. So you can continue north, and then there's a bend, and then you'll find Othala, which is at Fight Gate. So you can move your tokens. Like,
Yeah. I
or you
was
can just stop there and listen to the booming voice of a dragon that's carrying through to even here.
No, I was gonna, before all this happened, I probably had noticed Reg stop moving behind us while we were moving forward, like looked back and he wasn't following us, he was communing with the stone. So I wanted to question him about that. I guess while all this was happening.
Yeah. So Regmore, all you got was that sequence, and then the connection essentially is stopped, not by your own doing, but most likely by the other force on the inside.
Yep.
Wait, and he wants you to bring him that.
Yes. It's the essence of Blue Dragon, apparently.
Do we think that's a good idea?
Not at all.
I'm asking Reg, because I'm trying to judge his intelligence right now.
Before he said all of that, I would say no. If he's, an enemy of Damodar, maybe. It's deal with him, or there. He said there's a lich here, so which would be the better ally?
Okay. Based on favored enemy and like the racking of my brain I've been doing, would I believe that blue dragons in particular are the type to lie and manipulate to get what they want?
So your favorite enemy is dragons, right? And you're
Yes.
getting general information of just dragons. You know that blue dragons are immune to lightning. They can channel lightning from their breath, creating static electricity discharge with the ions of the air, and then breathing that outwards in a large, massive of line. You know that they are not particular dragons that take flight. They're burying. They like to burrow. They like their layers deep inside of mountainsides. They like crystals, like gems. They like pretty things, and they also love to control servants and individuals. They love control over things, and they want those individuals to do their bidding on the outside world. So that's something that might not be canon, but it's something in particular that you would know as far as blue dragons are concerned with the information presented. If you're trying to find more information beyond that, right, as far as their evil nature, or if they're kind of prone to this or whatever, that'd be a history check, right? Because you'd be kind of going into the history of blue dragons to see if you can piece it together, if there's something wrote about them that you reference, and then you can try to figure that out. But something to say to this game, dragons in general, and especially how this is morality and ethics and things. Dragons tend to fall towards alignments. That's very true, but there's still gray area, right? So even though you might find in the history text, or I say canonically, right? Canonically, if you look at that, blue dragons are evil, right? But in the context of this history of this game, that might not be true once you delve into history.
Okay. Well, Reg,
Yes.
would you give me that stone?
Why?
Because you have a tendency to view everyone as your friend.
What? What if this is the stone that Damodar didn't want someone to find, and the someone he doesn't want to get is over there?
Well, again, I'm less inclined to just hand things over without a discussion with the rest of our party.
I wasn't gonna give it to him.
Do I get the feel that Reg legitimately would not have given it to him? Because Reg has done some questionable things, in Thea's opinion, in the past in regards to interactions with other people.
Your passive insight is higher than their passive deception, right? Are you deceiving?
Nope.
Okay, well then, that's good enough for me. So then,
Alright.
fine.
I will wait here. Because it knows it wants me to go give it to him.
Yeah, I would say you get close enough with us that if we need you, you can help, or if we need to get you out, we can help you. But maybe stay out of his line of sight.
Now the other question on is, if he's over here, there was 3 other doors. Where is the Lich?
We can probably ask him that.
Yeah, I don't have any information to go off of. So,
He's going to pocket the stone back with his silver stone.
Okay.
As they approach, Othal's gonna put his hand out. Stay back, they're still talking.
So Felix, you're really just giving compliments right to the point to hear Detrez's call, right? You're just giving compliments and things out. Continues to kind of shake the head a little bit, nodding with the eyes. Yes, good. Mm.
Well, so you, how do you feel about, you said it was a fool's errand. You said you would help us if we freed you, or you would reward us? What does that look like?
You will become, along with your friends, my most trusted advisors.
Like friends?
Yes, it is correct.
Well, we don't do really like the whole servant thing.
No, you would not be servants. We would be equals.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I'll have to talk it over with my friends. In the meanwhile, you need some food, right? What is the quickest way out of here back to the surface? Which one of these ways?
Know that.
Oh, how'd you get in here?
This place was formed around me.
Wow, that's impressive. Do you mind if I go look and see if I can get you some food?
You are more than welcome. My hunger is undying.
Okay. Am I able to walk underneath this lightning, or is it?
You can walk underneath it. Shoots off the center of the pillar. Yeah.
Oh shit! You're okay. Let's look over this way. Hey guys, excuse me. A little further away. Yep.
Mastiff, panting wildly.
So how you feel, Felix?
So seems like a nice guy. His name is Trezgal. He's an elder blue worm. Where the fuck is Cassis? Oh, there he is.
The only one.
Cassis over here.
Okay, thank you.
His name is Trezgal. He's an elder blue worm. He apparently fought against Damodar and his dragons. He said it was a fool's errand for us to fight. But he seemed impressed that we had killed, I'm sorry, you guys had killed Ethrin. He says if we free him, that we'll be rewarded and will become his friends. And that he would go back and return to his home and just be. Not quite sure if that's a legit thing or not, but so far did not threaten to kill me. Also, I need to give him food, so Kazis, how attached are we to your new friend?
The dog?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that disappears if you kill it. You can't make meat out of it.
Oh, that was a joke, but super dark, but
I mean, I'm just answering the question realistically, but yeah.
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 Keep animals away from
Yeah, Felix, I'm gonna call shenanigans on the us being friends part.
Yeah, it sounds like slavery to me.
didn't
These
say
guys
that.
like control.
I specifically
They don't
asked
like
them.
equals. They like being superior.
I will account word for word what he said, and like, all right, this is the exact words that he used. What do you think about that, Thea?
Again, based on my knowledge of blue dragons, the base knowledge that I have. Oh god. The base knowledge that I have, then plus, I guess, my insight into the way he phrased his speech to Felix. Would I glean any information on that, like if he was being 100% truthful in how he meant that?
I mean, it's difficult to say because you're only getting the voice. I mean, you're not seeing the body language from the head or anything.
Mhm.
So, I mean, passively, the voice itself had a little bit of undertone, a deepness to it, a richness, and was also saying very specific words and phrasing. But those could have been a little bit vague. The possibility of deception is there.
Yeah, he mentioned how hungry he was several times too. It could be desperation.
That could be simply, let me phrase real quick to you.
Mhm.
Desperation and deception does not always mean inherited with being captive, right?
Mhm.
So it's too difficult to tell if they're doing it out of the fact that they want to be released, or they're just saying what you want to hear, or they're actually listened. I mean, they've told their whole story here, and communicating that to you all in that regard, which is not a piece of information that does not have value, right? That has a lot of value, and they give that to you.
There's one thing that worries me, and that's that didn't they say they went undead to have less like control over them from the dragon essence, which apparently is the stones? But now they want us to bring said essence to them. So they went undead. They, at least according to their story, to be separated from it, but now they want it back.
Wait, how do you know that?
We could hear him. He's very loud.
I mean, yeah, we could hear him in the hallways.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't know that. If he wanted something, that kind of changes this because he's convincing us that he wants to die. He wants to go to his cavern, fly away, be free, and die. But if he wants this essence, then there's another piece to the story that he's not saying.
Yeah, no, he didn't say that though. He said he wanted to go and bury himself in gemstones and live until Damodar was taken care of.
Okay. In the meantime, Mr. Reg, do you have some good berries?
I don't have any on me, but I can make some.
Could you make me some? I'm gonna need the whole batch.
No, I cannot.
Um,
I,
I'm gonna go kill a troll. I'll be right back.
Another concern is the dragon's hunger. I don't know how I feel about it. The way it talked, it sounded like it would never want to stop eating no matter how much we fed it.
Well, we are all hungry because we're paranoid. Sorry, gonna try this way. No luck in that direction. Sorry, Mr. Talzar. Tresgal.
No luck.
Yeah,
I-
I'll find you some. Don't worry about it.
Do
Felix is
not
on the
worry.
case.
I cannot die from hunger.
Well, it's
Bring
still not
me
fun.
the essence of Blue Dragon, and my hunger will be sated.
Noted. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at a hole inside of the wall, right? So the actual kind of crevasse or kind of crack in the earth there. And that seems to lead to a kind of an artificially dug out space with a 10-foot ceiling height. And then there seems to be a staircase that is at the backdrop of that. And that staircase is going to ascend. That's going to go up and then go into the rocks above. So it's going to go to another level, perhaps.
All right. Just message back and let Athala know what I'm doing. Hey, bud, just checking out this other room. I'm sure while you guys debate the merits of killing another thing.
Oh, you read my mind. Cool.
Okay, so you're going to that staircase and going up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna pull you to scene.
Oh, Thala, come here.
So, coming above, you can immediately see that there are lights, also kind of shimmeringness. You also can see as you're coming up the staircase now, getting an idea that the chamber is large and massive. The pillar below actually continues through the ceiling and comes into a chamber. Unclear to you how tall the chamber is. Right at this range, you have to like get further down and then look up to see if it goes further past the 10 feet of what you're currently in. The stone itself, again, is just carved out of the earth. It seems to be kind of broken apart very vigorously and haphazardly to kind of form these channels or grooves in the earth. There is one of those floating eye monster creatures nearby that pillar that moans, kind of sits next to it.
Ooh, gross. I'm gonna just kind of creep back down the steps. You don't have to move my character, but I will message Athala again and be like, so there's more undead things up here. I don't know if we're like closer to the lich or not. I don't know if you guys can get over here or not, or if I should come back to you. You let me know.
I think we should run to him.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What?
I think we should rendezvous and come up with a plan. We shouldn't split up.
Okay. Gonna move back. Tresgal, come rendezvous with group.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot something over here. Don't mind me.
Okay, I'll pull you back to siege. You have vision, but you don't need to move your token unless you'd like to. Drezgos kind of watches you as you just move back and forth.
So what happened, Rich?
So, before, I communed with the stone, and I think it was Tresgar wants it. He says it's the essence of Blue Dragon. And this might be the thing that Damodar wanted to keep from someone getting him. Maybe Tresgar's the person he doesn't want to get.
Maybe, yeah, maybe it is Trezgal he doesn't want us to get. Or maybe the Lich. This is weird.
It seems like the Lich has free reign over this place, though.
But isn't the Lich working with Damodar?
Mm-hmm.
So the map points here. We got a stone. There's a elder worm here. There's something that Damodar doesn't want someone to have that is here. Is it the information, or is it the power of the stone, or is it the power of Trezgold?
Or is it all the above?
It could be something we haven't even found yet. I mean, there's a lot of this feeling.
I mean, it sounds like Trescal opposed Damodar in the past and had, eventually led to his imprisonment here. Why would Damodar want more enemies out there against him? Especially, as we're gathering, our power.
Yeah, but what ally do we need that is gonna cower away? He just wants to lie under a bunch of rocks.
Then we're gonna be friends.
Seems like he's using us.
Everyone here assume everyone is their friend.
I don't. I take people at their word, though.
He may go back and, bury himself and rest up. We don't know how long he's been down here. He may have to gather his strength. Seeing that he says going against Damodar is a fool errand.
Maybe we don't have to make a decision right now. Maybe we go past him. We leave the stone where it's at, or somebody stay here, or we tuck it away in the bag for right now. We move past him, and then we go and see if we can find more information about this Lich or whatever, and then we come back and deal with this.
Do we go past Trazagul or go look at the other 3 entrances?
You found something, right? Zeke? I mean,
Yeah, Reg, did you tell us that he knew you were bringing the stone closer?
Nope. Just said that he wanted.
He knew that you had it, though.
Yeah, he knew I had it.
well, there's something to the north, right, Felix?
There is. Floor above. There's some stairs on the other side. And there were some more of those undead eyeball thingies. Seem to be similar looking chamber above. More of those devices. I don't know if any of you you've seen inside the Othala.
Yeah, we might be able to find a way to actually deactivate this, or maybe even better, find a way out.
Okay. Well, I can get Reg across the to the other side of the chamber without if we're like afraid that he's gonna attack us or something. But I think if you just put the thing in the bag, you walk behind him. He's pretty detained right now.
You wanna use your magic? You see, you've been using a lot of spells today.
Oh, are you able to get him across?
Yeah, I can get him across so I can see it. The lights are helping me. Just point me in a direction.
Oh, that's a pretty big chamber, bud. How far can he clear?
About 250 feet.
I don't know that that's enough. Let me think back to myself. Yeah, maybe. You have to be able to see it, huh?
Yeah, and it's actually 150 feet.
Big
but yeah.
dragon, big dragon.
Yeah, leave it here.
Well,
you actually can get farther.
what if you hand me the stone, and you guys go through, and then I'll teleport to the other side with the stone. We never bring the stone into the chamber, and then we come back.
Sounds good. Just walk behind the dragon. Okay.
What if he knows I had the stone?
I think then
Just
you
say we
just be
can't.
really careful.
You transform?
I could, but
You like a flea on this mastiff or something?
I don't think he'll be hostile to us. We're pleased with a chance of getting out of here. If we say we hand it over to someone else, he'll probably have no choice but to just say, "Okay, that's."
Well, he knows my name. You can tell. You can say I'm holding on to it until I get him some food.
Yeah, I mean, we
Right.
could. We're also going to the place where there's more undead. We could say we just don't want to take it somewhere dangerous. Like, I mean, we don't want to lose the stone to the lich, do we?
oh my, that's a big dragon.
That's wow. Okay.
Who are you?
Good
Friend
evening. In
of
Draconic.
Felix Fennecis. The language of my ancestors. Why are you here? Where's Felix?
He's a little busy. Trying to get you food. Or
Get
just
me
handling
food.
something else.
I need to be freed.
Working on that.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know
Then
exactly
hurry
how.
up and explain. Begins to move the chains, the tail begins to whip back and forth. Why I feel the essence of Blue Dragon in this very chamber. The tail begins to pick itself up. What is it you all intend to do? Oh, others. Hello. Oh, do stop and say hi.
In Draconic, I will say, hello.
Oh. Hello. How are you?
And better.
This is good.
Looks like you've seen better days.
I have. Where are you all going?
Felix mentioned that you were hungry.
It's not the way to food.
Which is the way to food.
You fucking kidding me right now? I have lived for over 1,000 years. I have seen many things. And as much and as quickly as your friend talks, they are quick enough to lead to their own demise. Speak plainly!
Yep, don't worry about it. Yep, they're just helping me try to get on some food. There was some things up
Roast
ahead.
you
I need to go.
alive,
Thank
and
you.
I will feast on your flesh.
Oh well, we'll get you some food. All right, come on, let's go, guys. Leave them alone. We're gonna. They're all my sous chefs. All right, let's go.
You.
How does I say yes, chef? That's what you say. You say yes, chef after I say something.
I can feel.
Let's go, guys.
Where is it, the stone? Where is the essence of Blue Dragon?
Reg, if you don't move your fucking ass, I will kill you.
Yes, same.
Pathetic. What was that?
So let's go. Let's go.
Nobody handed me the stone before you guys went to the room, so that part was out.
Yeah, I noticed.
So there's dead things up here. I don't know if you see them. Maybe we can get a drop on them. No, you're so
stealthy.
quiet right now. Do you mind helping us sneak up on them?
Yeah, can we use Joe to use pass without a trace to help us?
If that's what you want, that's fine.
Yes, Joe, please.
Will be the Seeing Eye Ranger.
You're bad.
Oy. Okay.
All right, let's get it.
Nice.
I do not exist.
41 natural 20? 41
I do not
stealth?
exist.
Are you absolutely kidding me? That's not even
I
like
don't
you're on the
exist.
same plane of existence anymore.
Nope. I'm gone. Does Joe benefit from that because he's literally holding on to me?
Let's go shoot those son of bitches in the eyes, eh? I can't do that.
Joe is
accent very
holding
well.
on to you, but he suddenly just started. You suddenly turn to a
Yeah,
shadow.
Joe is like holding on to you right now. Yeah. Ah, where are you going? Okay. Dirty Joe is gonna stay with you, Thea, wherever you go.
Yeah, okay. So,
I'm gonna follow Thea as well.
we're just forming a conga line of me being the Seeing Eye dog.
Bum, 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 bum. All right, Felix and Othala in description of the space. So this is a massive rectangular chamber. It's enormous in its width and its length. Its height, though, is not very large. It's actually only roughly 15 feet tall, and the pillars kind of extend up. You also can see at the center of the chamber above is a crudely designed scaffolding of metal reinforcements that are underneath an indentation in here. And given where the indentation is and the squared off pieces of stone and how that is the scaffolding for the tunnel which you actually traverse to get to the lake. You are underneath the tunnel that you were moving on. That's in this room. You can see that. So you actually traversed over this when you went towards the lake. Okay? So the pillars are giving off the same light. They have the same energy, the same current as they're getting kind of hit by it. And it seems to be emanating not by the magical runes per se that are engraved under this tier of every 3 foot of stone that kind of forms a little bit of a dome, but that's more kind of rounded off. There are these runes, and they're kind of bouncing the electrical current up, kind of like a Tesla coil, like it's kind of going to a ball, then to another one. It's kind of bouncing back and they're arcing, and then it's filtering to some sort of hovering, massive bronze kind of lock. It's literally a circular kind of grooved piece of metal, has different kind of shell grooves into it, and there is just a keyhole in it. It's literally just hovering in the air with the current that's kind of smacking into it, and it's creating this vortex of swirls of color from an energy field that's kind of vibrating around. Okay, so that is kind of creating this. Then it's going to the orbs, which is bouncing down, then into the pillars, which can trace around and go down to the floor below you. This seems to be a very elaborate arcane lock of some kind, and it does seem to take a key from your perspectives. There are creatures in this space, the same eye monsters. They have no perceptions of you when you're making your way to the crack of the kind of hole that leads into this chamber. And there's also these tiny skulls that are dormant in light, and they kind of just stop moving. They're kind of just ever moving side to side eternally.
Right, so it's a pretty wide open space. I don't think we're going to be able to move through undetected. So I think we use what we have right now to, get the drop on them. Hopefully surprise them.
Yeah, Thea, rinse and repeat. I'm gonna tap her and cast Gift of Alacrity.
Okay.
Mr. Costas, do you have a torch or anything? Do you need it?
I don't think we should leave the torch until combat starts. It might give away our position.
Oh, okay. No, right. Who wants to open up? Maybe Thea? Or ready? We can do it all in 3. 1, 2.
You want me to take the first shot?
Yeah.
All right. Who am I aiming for?
You're the closest one, right? I don't know. Do you do the surprise condition, Michael? What do you do?
Whoever's going to take the first shot is not going to actually be. We're not going to roll initiatives quite yet because these creatures are extremely dormant. There's actually not really much perception that they have. So, if you fire, whoever's firing first, you're going to get that. That'll be an advantage. You're going to get the damage. It's going to be one attack, not extra attack or anything. It's just one attack, right? With the swing.
Yeah, well,
And then
from
we're
a
going to roll
from a
initiatives.
distance, I only get one attack anyway. If I shoot with my short bow, I only get one attack anyway.
So if you're going to
But
take
if
that, then
But if
roll.
they're super dormant, and I rolled really good on stealth, can I attempt to see if there's like another way out of this room?
I mean, I can't tell you that. I can just tell you that you don't see anything.
Okay.
What if I try to get closer?
There's 4 of them, and there's more of those little skull things, and those almost took out Joe a few hours ago.
If you sneak up there and they don't activate, or if they do activate, we can always run back down to the dragon.
You said there was scaffolding on the roof. Could we maybe?
Well, that's
No,
what I'm
it's on the
saying.
floor.
Hit them as hard as possible before other things respond.
Okay.
Yeah, take care of them. You got this.
All right. I'm gonna shoot the guy closest to me,
Okay.
Do you mind?
Good, make it
Close?
and I get advantage, right?
correct.
And that's Alt. I hold down.
Correct.
E.
All right, 25 is going to connect, deals 10 points of piercing damage. Attack on sneak, and everyone roll initiatives, please. As it turns, as the arrow lands, 10 points of additional damage dealt.
I get a D8 for Gift of Alacrity.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, so you're going up to a 22. Apparently, it's not high enough to beat Othal and Costas. Jeez, Louise, Papa cheese.
And next 20.
All right, and then I'm going to try to get your aura protection up. Cool. All right, Costas, Morning Light, you're up. Round 1.
First of all, would my mastiff have come with us? Because I forgot to bring it. They took
Yeah,
it.
your dog is there. I'll drag it on.
Okay. So I'm gonna have the dog move over to Felix. Okay, bark at him a little bit. You know, he wants. He's saying you can like use my map if you want. Yeah. This right here, like the kind of pillar next to the behold, like kind of beholder thingy. How like much cover would that provide?
I can just tell you it provides as much cover as the space allows. That's all I can say. I mean,
Like how big is it?
it's big. I mean, as far as its radius is concerned, you're looking over greater than 5 feet. So it's a big, massive pillar, and it takes the space that it does. You have to fill. If you're going to wrap and take cover, you can take cover here, you can take cover here, and over here, right? Because it's kind of built up, and it differs in its radius as it goes.
Got it.
It's not.
Then I'm
It's
just
not.
going to action dash to both here,
Okay.
and then try to like take cover against the pillar.
Okay. So you have cover from all creatures in the space that you can see.
Actually, I thought that was both actually. Yeah, I'll enter.
Okay. Othala, you're up next.
Okay. I'm just gonna go real quick. I'm just gonna peek over to the side. Cast Hold the Dead.
Okay. All right, the creature has succeeded with a 19.
All right, and I'm just gonna fall back behind the wall. End turn.
Ending turn. There, you're up next.
I'm going to shoot the guy I shot before.
Okay. Fire shot 26. That's going to connect. Takes another arrow. 8 points of damage.
Yeah, then I'm gonna duck behind Othala.
Okay. Ducking behind Othala to get in space there. Trying to get as much cover as
Yeah,
possible.
and my
Okay.
turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to one of the skulls. The skull is going to hover and fly and kind of move in a direction there and just kind of stop. And as it does, it now sees you, Mordenkasten, just kind of ducking behind the pillar there. Then it's going to rotate a little bit more and then gets a perfect angle. It looks towards you. As it does, it fires off some sort of ray in your direction. Fire just kind of bursts out of it as it does. It strikes into the pillar, sharding bits of it off. But the pillar, as it's broken, it then begins to heal. Those pieces get hit off of it, they stop suspended in the aura, and then they come back together into the pillar. As such as the pillar itself is healing itself or kind of pulled by this gravitational field. It's unclear. That's going to be the end of the Flaming Skull's turn. The creature's still not aware. Felix, you're up.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna. What was it? Half my movement to mount, or what is it?
It's half your movement speed to get up onto the Mastiff. Take over from
Right.
the Mastiff.
I'll mount the Mastiff, and then I think we can together get here. Maybe. Something about right?
Yeah, that's about right. Mastiff is 40 feet. You'll deduct 15 from that 40.
Sorry, but I would want one back to keep Ren 30 feet of me, so it would have been here instead.
Okay.
And we'll cast Bless on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at third level.
Okay. So you should be able to shift T and click the targets. Sometimes upcasting Bless, it might tell you there's too many targets. So just FYI, and then I can immediately do it if it doesn't work. So. Because you're putting it on pretty much everyone, right?
Correct.
Hey, it worked.
If you just take out the limit of targets in the spell, it'll target as many people as you have targeted. So it says 3 creatures, you can make it blank creatures.
There you go.
They
Nice,
don't have to
cool.
mess with it.
There you go. Sense to me.
And then bonus action. Is Joe an initiative?
Dirty Joe is an initiative,
Actually, but I am going to. How do we clear all targets?
yeah. Clear all targets, you could just press T over something, and that's generally how I do it. I think there is a hotkey for it, but I never memorized it.
No worries. Just targeting something else did it. And then I'll bardic inspiration to cast it. Like, go get it, buddy.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So, you get on to the Mastiff. You go charging forward, sending off your bless, your good vibes out to the rest of your party, and then giving a good luck to Costas. And you're charging out there. We now come to Dirty Joe. All right, well, Dirty Joe can't exactly see, but unfortunately, this target is in light. So, Dirty Joe is going to sidestep over, use bonus action to Slayer's Prey target to keep track of its tabs and to mark it for potential death. He's then going to have Sharpshooter enabled and goes in for a first arrow. Go. 25. That's going to deal a total of 27 points of damage. The arrow lands dead center into the eye, then puts up another arrow into the bow, slings it back, and fires another arrow. 19. That is going to hit. Deals a total of 23 points of damage. The arrow strikes again, once, twice. Zips the arrows, and then is going to take cover into that crevice space there. Good luck there, buddy! I'm going to end this turn. I feel like I'm not butchering it too bad. I feel like it's pretty good.
No, it's pretty good.
We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. The eye monsters at their pillars have horrible perceptions, and as such, they still have not detected the party. So they're still maintaining their position. Now comes the one that seems to be pretty wounded, seeing the eye kind of punctured, and also taking tabs that you've killed this creature a couple of times. It then's going to go as it looks, and it sees the dog. It then is going to fire off a bluish beam at the dog. Prompts the dog for a saving throw.
You're a monster.
The dog is going to fail. The dog takes 38 points of necrotic damage, and as such, it disappears from this existence. Felix, you land off of the dog. As you do, you're able to kind of catch your feet underneath it as it's moving, and you're kind of picking yourself up in stride. It's not an effect because it's a summoned steed, so it's not like you're collapsing with the animal or anything like that. It just disappears. The creature just continues to boat. Ending turn. Skull on the other side here is going to notice that has good perception. It's now going to flutter and fly. It moves a distance of 25 feet, and as such, it looks in the direction of the darkness, and it begins to send out some sort of flaming ball of fire in the direction of what it wants, and it seems to kind of throw this out, and this is to really gain some vision here. So I'm going to actually put lighting to this ball. That should give off light, I'm hoping. There it goes. That's brightening up this big spherical ball of fire as it's sending out the vibration of light. It's creating this intense heat around it. It doesn't seem like anybody's really too close to it, but Felix, you're getting to that range of that fire as it's kind of sending out this kind of creation. The skull just kind of cackles, ending its turn. Now lit. This one in the corner sees you, Felix. The mount dismounted, it just kind of begins to slowly hover forward. As it does, it goes and fires off a ray. It sends off a reddish beam into your direction. An 11, that is going to be a failure. You're hit with a red beam, and such you're distilled with frightening fear. Can't get any closer to the target that cast it, which indeed is this one over here. You also have disadvantage on your attack rolls as the state paralyzes you in this fear, but you can still move and you can still take actions. Regmore, you're up next.
Don't like this place. Oh, I can see that ice skull over there.
Regmore, what are we doing?
Bad things.
Bad things.
So, yeah, from here, upcasting, conjure animals.
What are you making?
Brown bears.
Okay. You can go ahead and put them on the board if you'd like, or I can do for you. You just point in the direction of where you'd like them with your cursor. Okay.
3 more. Have to go back to see what the range is.
Range of conjure, I believe, is
60.
60. Yeah, it's not too far. Okay, so you're putting them down yourself. Okay. Yeah, that bear. You can get the bears up to that skull if that's what you're intending to do.
Yeah, putting 2 bears at that skull and
Okay, I'll do that for you. No worries. Can also put the other one in a flank position. I think you have enough reach for that. So there you go. All right, so you got 3 brown bears up. 4 brown bears.
I wanted to move 1 more over to the 60 feet towards the other skull.
Okay, so your 4th one you want to get towards the skull. That's there.
Yeah, not the one that the 2 are at, but the other one in the distance. Yep.
Like that.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I need you to roll initiative for one of them. Just click one of them. Just go to utility and roll initiative and put it on the board. All right, good deal. All right, they're rolled up. Your action's taken. Any more movement or bonus?
Nope.
Okay, stay in there. All right, we're gonna end your turn then. All right,
Okay,
Consus, Morning Light, you're up.
I have 2 questions. First of all, it's all good if I were to move 1 to the left, that I would get flanking from that brown bear, right?
You would have to wrap completely around the pillar on the south side of this creature to gain the flank.
Okay. Understood. Then yeah, I am just going to do that then. This? Is that what you're saying I'd do?
Yep.
Okay, then yeah, then I am going to attack.
Okay.
No bardic inspiration.
All right. You can click the X then, close out that window. So you charge around with the Baneberry Thune, swinging 18. It's going to land, re-rolling, doing 30 points of slashing damage as you cut the creature down. And as the creature is cut down, it slowly begins to rise.
Okay, I'm going to do another attack.
Okay.
Take off my Great Up Master for that one.
Going for
wow.
your second swing.
I am going to do a level 1 smite on this one.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll 3d8 for me. So roll another d8 because it is an undead creature. Wow, that is a lot of damage. 18, 4, 10, 28 points. Without Grave Master, 28 points of damage. As you light the blade with radiant light, you come in for 1 more strike. So you slam it down to the ground. It bounces up a little bit, opens its eye, and then you come back around, try to put it back into the ground, grunting a little bit, slapping into the same laceration, cutting it further. It kind of cleaves and pulls itself into 2 semicircle spherical pieces and slaps it down to the ground. It's dead.
You don't touch my dog. Then I'm just gonna let it on. And turn.
All right, Othala, you're up.
Alright. Step into the room. Can't really see much, so I'm gonna try to catch the skull. Can I? At 90 feet? I don't think I can. I'm just gonna cast Toll the Dead on the skull.
Okay. All right, so sending off a Toll the Dead as you begin to send it out. This creature is immune to necrotic damage. So as you come through, regardless if it's saving throw or not, it seems to sustain from necrotic damage.
So I'm going to use
For the last time we fought him too.
Yep.
You did, yeah.
Rest of my movement, I'm going to try to move back up to the wall and turn.
All right, so with all in haste, maybe forgot that they're immune to necrotic damage, sends it out, kind of freaking out a little bit, goes back to the corner of the wall. Puts hands up, baby. Who knows? Thea, you're up next.
Okay. I am going to step up next to Joe. That's not where I wanted to be. Thank you. Go back. Thank you. Alright, and I'm going to target this skull thing. And shoot it with my short bow.
Okay. I'm sure you can move out a little bit further, but that angle is blocked by the wall, even though you can see through it. I have the entrance speed pretty large for that, but it's not.
Oh.
It's still like a crack, right? Still cut out. So just FYI, you probably have to move 5 feet to the right, just to get the shot off. But just so you know.
Yeah.
Not
Okay.
particularly too in there. So fire away.
Ugh.
14. That's going to connect. As it lands, it only does 3 points of piercing damage. This creature does have some resistances to piercing and succeeds on its concentration.
Right, and then I'm gonna duck behind where Joe is, so I have a little bit of cover.
All right. Sounds good.
Yep. And that's my turn.
All right, we're going to end your turn there. We now come to the skull that is somewhat surrounded at this point. It then is going to do something that's just absolutely insane. It's going to point its mouth to the ground. As it does, it fires a literal fireball upon itself. Makes this crazy explosion underneath it. As it does, it strikes into the bears. All right, 2 19s. What are the chances of that? That's crazy. All right, so those are both going to succeed on their checks here. It's a dexterity checks, maybe coming a step back, getting out of the way. The creature takes no fire damage. It's immune to fire damage. So it takes nothing as it sends up the fireball. It cackles and steps, moving side to side, and then ends its turn. We now come to the bears.
This one's gonna move over towards the other skull.
You hit spacebar if you're using, but I wouldn't suggest that because you have to control them independently. You're definitely going to want to move the drag ruler on this one. So make sure to have that set. And it will measure distance for you as well.
Oh, this thing's gonna get me.
Yeah, so don't bother using the measure tool. Just use the drag ruler, and it still will measure for you.
Yeah, he can't get over there. Action dash to move up.
So sounds good. So that one's going to take an action dash to move up. Just an additional 5 feet there to get into that position. Okay. What's the next one doing?
This one's circling around.
Okay, so that one's getting into a flanked position. That's just its movement, so it still has its action.
That one's going to bite and claw.
Okay. All right, bite coming through. 19 is going to connect, biting onto the skull and deals 5 points of piercing damage. It's able to resist the piercing there, and it's able to succeed on its concentration. Then coming across for Claw Strike, 24 is also going to hit, and that deals 13 points of slashing damage to the skull, and that is going to end the Flaming Sphere as the Flaming Sphere begins to dissipate, slashing and bashing it back and forth.
And then the other two are going to attack the skull in their area.
Sounds good. All right. Claw strike comes through. 23 is going to hit. 9 points of slashing damage dealt. Coming through the bite, the same bear getting the flank advantage. 13 is going to connect as it bites down onto the skull. Only 2 points of damage as it's able to resist that piercing from the bite. And we now come to the next one. That is going to get a bite off. 18 is going to hit. So it's going to come cleaving around with its mouth, mawing. That's only 6 point of piercing damage, but nicking away at that skull, diminishing the flame every so often. 20 is going to hit with the claw strike. It comes swiping through. 12 points of slashing damage dealt to the skull as it's kind of cleaving and mawing, and the skull's kind of trying to weave and dodge, getting hit and smacked.
And that's the end of their turns.
All right, we're going to go ahead and end their turn. We now come to one of the eye monsters in the corner. This eye monster is going to flutter, moving kind of to out, but to the left. It's kind of unclear. It's kind of looking and stretching. It sees one of the bears as it hovers now, picking itself up. It is now going to get to a space roughly 10 feet off of the floor, and then is going to fire off a beam at one of the bears to the left side of the skull. Picking which beam, fires up a greenish beam at one of the bears. And with a 13, that bear is going to fail. It takes a total of 43 points of force damage, and as such is immediately disintegrated. As it disperses into clouds of fey dust and debris. Felix, you're up next.
All right. I can't see the source of my fear, right? What
You cannot see the source of your fear, but you know that the ray came from that direction. So you're aware that the ray emanated from that.
Right. All right, and then I'm just gonna move here, and I'll send out 2 Eldritch Blasts in this direction.
Okay. Moving towards the pillar, hunkering down, getting some cover. You send off the Eldritch Blast. 16.
Why do I have disadvantage?
I don't know.
Oh, because I'm frightened. But I'm frightened when I have because I have disadvantage on attacks when I can see the source of my fear, but
Yes, when you can see the source of your fear, you cannot see the source of your fear, so you do not have disadvantage. So I'm going to take the first...
16 hits anyways, right?
Yeah. So it's still going to be...
Right.
Yeah. So it's going to hit there. 3 points of force damage dealt. I can take the frightened condition off of you as well. I was going to say that for your next one, so... Alright, so that's going to hit as well, and that does 2 points of force damage.
And that, let's see. Throw out a inspiration to Othala.
Okay.
And
so
come on, buddy.
Giving bark inspiration towards Othala. Come on, buddy. Kind of say that as Othala, might have forget some steps there with the necrotic as you get yourself up to the wall. Felix, at the end of your turn here, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. All right, 13. Still not going to be good enough. You're still frightened, but again, the source of your fear is out of your line of sight. So I went ahead and took off the condition, so it should be a line of sight. All right, so we're going to end your turn. Now come to Dirty Joe. Buck Wilder.
All right, guys. I got this.
Oh, Dirty Joe can't see anything really. Oh, he can see targets. That's fine. He's going to throw on that fluttering above. He's going to take bonus action and move its Slayer Spray. Then it's going to fire off 2 longbow strikes with Sharpshooter enabled. 17 is going to connect. It's going to be a total of 21 total points of damage. The arrow lands. Then it's going to fire off another arrow. 25 is going to connect. That deals a total of 23 points of damage as both arrows land. It's again going to sidestep back into cover. All right. Then end their turn. Gotta give it some love. All right, this eye monster's turn. It's now going to move. It's going to flutter into the air about 10 feet, so it's rising itself. Also, getting into the electrical current does not seem to phase this creature, so it seems to kind of stand inside of that. Now, some of you can see the creature, right? It's still inside of visible range, albeit it's in between some of the light sources there. It then is going to look at potential targets. I'm going to go ahead and roll a die to determine this behavior. All right, it is firing a ray at Costas. All right, Costas, a bluish ray is being fired at you. Nice. Okay, yeah, 25. That's gonna be that's awesome. You're gonna go ahead and half 33 points of necrotic damage to 16 points of damage as you resist that blast, kind of bracing yourself as it strikes into your pauldron, your shoulder, and that's gonna be the end of that turn. We now come to the skull, which is surrounded by one of the particular bears. This one is now going to look in its direction. As such, it is actually going to fire off a volley of magic missiles. I'm just going to go ahead and roll 3d4 at the direction of the bear. Deals a total of 9 points of damage with the magic missile striking out of its mouth into the bear at kind of close, kind of that CQB, right? Just kind of striking into it, both of the different places of the fur, and it's not moving, maintains its position. Now come to the eye monster with the source of fear here, and actually it's going to turn in the direction of the bear. This is out of line of sight of many of you. I don't think anybody really has the dark vision to see this, and it's going to fire off a ray in the direction of the bear. I'm going to go ahead and roll a d4 to determine behavior. Radish beam fires and strikes that bear, which is this one right here. That bear is going to fail with an 11, as such is paralyzed as it becomes frozen in place. Its turn. Regmore, you're up next.
Not my Yoki. Moving here. I'm going to attempt to thorn whip the skull.
Okay. All right. 22 is going to connect. Are you pulling the skull?
No.
All right. Takes 2 points of piercing damage just because it's able to resist the 4 points.
And ending turn.
All right. Ending turn. We now come to Costas Morning Life at the top of round 3.
Okay, I'm going to simply run forward at that skull, and then I'm going to try and chop it in half.
Okay. Running forward to the skull and attempting to chop it in half. Go for it. Yeah. Getting the Bardic Inspiration 13 is just gonna hit. 28 points of slashing damage as you come through, straight through the skull, smashing it into the ground. As it hits and connects, the light begins to disappear from it and no longer is giving off any sort of light, leaving you, Costas, in complete darkness.
I don't know if there's anything else I can do. Yeah, I am going to... Yeah, let's end my turn.
Ending turn. Othala, you're up next.
All right, slap my face. As far as I can. Let's see here. And I'm going to point in the direction and cast slow. The eye monster here and the skull.
All right. So you're going to cast slow here. It should be a template, if I believe. It's a 40-foot cube. All right. So you alter time around up to the 6 creatures of your choice. Obviously, you can target those 2 with inside of the cube. They have to succeed on the wisdom saving throw. They both have failed on the wisdom saving throw. Affected creature's speed is half, takes -2 penalty to AC and dexterity saving throws, and it can't use reactions. On its turn, It can use either an action or a bonus action, not both. Regardless of creature's abilities or magic items, it can't make more than one melee or ranged attack during its turns. Okay, so one thing to note is that there isn't particularly right. These creatures are already really slow, right? So there's not much changing to this effect. They're not really moving too much and whatnot. But you can tell just a little bit by when you cast a spell that they're impacted by it simply because they're moving even more slow. Some of the tentacles that might be writhing are now kind of like half moving, right, in that kind of slow-mo style. And the flames of the skull are, altered in time as well.
All right, looks good to me. And that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, yeah, you're up next.
All right, rinse and repeat. I am going to step out and shoot at the skull.
All right, rinse and repeat. You shall fire away.
Do I get sneak, I guess, because I have melee with the bear?
You technically get sneak because you're melee. The bear is paralyzed, but that doesn't discount from the sneak. It's only discounted if there's like a flank you're trying to do. The sneak attack does not really fall into the realm of conditions applied. It's just the creatures are with melee range.
Okay.
All right, 19 is going to strike and hit.
And then sneak.
Sneak attack, sneak attack. Right, 10, so it's going to be a total of 13 points of damage because they're able to resist the piercing as it lands, thunks into the top of the skull. It's wildly moving, cackling, so it's moving sides to side.
And I'm going right back in my corner.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the bears. That one is paralyzed. They'll be able to do a saving throw at the end of that turn. We have two bears, though, on the right side that are still up. What are they doing?
They are going to go after the one flying beholder closest.
Okay. They go charge again. So you can't fill that space in particular normally. Hold on, don't move it. Normally, but this is actually 10 feet in the air.
Okay.
It's hovering, so you can fit that space there and get there. Now, I'm going to try to help you out in distinctions here. You can move back. So it's 10 feet up into the air, but because the bear is a large-sized creature and can actually pick itself up on its hind legs, it can reach with its attack to the hovering creature. A normal medium-sized humanoid would not be able to do that, but the bear, since it's large, can.
Okay. And then they're going to tooth and claw.
All right. Swing away. $16 is going to hit. Comes in for a bite at the bottom of the orbish flesh. Rips off a chunk. 7 points of piercing damage dealt. Comes in for the claw strike to maul through. That's going to be a 24. That is going to hit as it swipes, standing up in its hind legs, ripping more flesh of the underside of the orbish creature. Coming in for the next one. A bite. That's going to connect with the 16, as it does similar fashion to the other one on the other side, working together, bouncing this creature back and forth, mauling it from the underside. You come in for a claw strike, and that is going to land as well. Max damage, 16 points of slashing damage to it as the bears do some serious work to that. That's going to be the end of their turn. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw from the bear. Come in for a wisdom saving throw. The bear is no longer paralyzed, able to end that effect. That's going to be the end of the bear's turn. All right, we now come to one of the floating eye monsters. It's going to look in the direction of one of the closest bears to its right side, and then it's going to fire off a ray. As it does that, it fires off a green ray in the direction of that bear. The bear is going to fail with a 4, as such takes 42 points of damage and is disintegrated as it disappears, ending its turn. Felix, you are up next.
Boy, a lot of animal cruelty over here. Okay. Gonna just step out and take a couple shots at this eye monster.
Okay.
My Eldritch Blast.
Coming through with a couple shots, 15. That's going to connect. 3 points of force damage dealt. Coming for the second one here. That is going to connect with a 20. Rolling for some damage. Nice, 8 points. It's 11 total. You smack it multiple times, once and twice, ripping apart pieces of its flesh.
And I think I will just go ahead and give another Bardic Inspiration to Costas. Be like, come on, hit it with your shit. Do shit with your shit.
All right. Pumping Costas there, and then at the end of turn, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. 13. It is the number, David. It is the number. Still frightened, but you still cannot see the source of the fear, so no worries there. All right. We're going to go and end your turn. Dirty Joe is up. Dirty Joe, rinse and repeat. Stepping outwards, striking the same one that they have marked as their prey here, and they go off for an arrow with sharpshooter enabled. 13. The first arrow is going to miss with the sharpshooter. They are then going to send off the second arrow, still sharpshooter enabled. Setting it off, that is going to be an 8. Both arrows missing. It's just kind of winding and moving too quick for the string. Oh, darn it. And then it's going to sidestep back into cover. Maybe next time. And then it's going to end the turn. And I'm going to come to one of the eye monsters. It looks down in the direction that's in the bottom right. It's going to look down in the direction of the bear. And as such, it's going to fire off a ray at the bear. I'm going to go and roll for which one. It's not looking good for the bear. Fires off a bluish beam into the direction of that bear, prompting it for a saving throw. That is going to succeed with a 15, but it does not matter. They take a total of 16 points of the necrosis damage, and they begin to disperse from the necrosis, and then they just simply dispelled. The creature looks slightly confused as its eye is now navigating to potential other things, and it's going to be the end of its turn. Now come to the skull. The skull is in that stasis, so it's kind of moving right and not sidestepping as quickly as it can. It looks into the direction of the bear and then immediately sends off a fireball directly in front of itself.
If he has to cast a fireball, doesn't it delay because it's a casting time of one action?
Oh, for the
Yes, roll a d20.
Yeah, I have to roll a d20.
All right.
Yeah. I'm getting the actual spell off here first, and then I'll roll the d20. Okay, so on 11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn. The creature must use its action on that turn to complete the spell. If it can't, the spell is wasted. Okay, so that is going to roll an 18, so that is on an 11 or higher, so it's not going to take effect until that turn. So the rolls are put out as such. That's because it's being sent outwards, and you can see that kind of exploding outwards. So you have an understanding of potentially where it's going to land and retaliate to that effect. So I want to make sure I got the spell out to do that. So that's going to be the end of the creature's turn. We now come to the other one, which is slowed. This creature does not actually necessarily cast spells as far as the slow is concerned. It does not actually have to roll because it's not takes a spell of any casting time of any kind. This is really just an innate abilities that it has. It's able to sling away, taking its action to do so. And even then, it's not even range attacks particularly. So this one is going to look in the direction of you. As a source of your fear as well, Felix, it's going to fire off a ray towards Othala. Greenish beam is sent at you, Othala. Prompting you for a save.
I haven't gotten the prompt. What's the save?
Going to make a dexterity saving throw, and then don't forget you have Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
You also had the d4 from Blast before you used the Bardic Inspiration.
Correct. Okay, go ahead and make a d4 as well if you'd like. All right, so at 18 is going to be success. as you are able to dodge out of the way of the beam as it lands in the backdrop and no damage is dealt. Regmore, you're up next.
Was that disintegration?
That was, yep.
Oh, wow. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Play with fire.
Huh. Well, Rex moving up. No, Rex moving back to take cover behind this pillar
Okay.
instead. And ending turn.
All right, ending turn. All right, we're now going to come to the top of round 4 with Costas. Just FYI, I blind rolled the saving throws for the slow, and they're still impacted by it. Costas, you're up next.
That beholder over there, if I jump, can I hit it?
Depends on how much movement speed you have left after you make your way to it.
Okay. I'd like to move 30 feet to reach it. Actually, 25. But after 10 feet, I'd like to long jump into the air and try to slash it. Is it all good?
Oh, second. What's your strength score?
20.
Yeah. You also have reach with your other weapon too, but you're using the sword.
I know, but this is also really cool.
Okay, well, go ahead. It's fine.
So yeah, I jump into
it's
the air and try to slash it as I land.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack.
Man, I'll do it there. Oh, wait, I didn't choose a target. Oh. Don't need bardic inspiration on that. And then I'll throw on. Well, let's see what the damage is. I'll throw on a level. Just level 1 smite.
All right, go ahead and roll 3d8 for me. So additional d8 to this. Oh my lord, that's so much damage. That's crazy. All right, 20 points of damage. 45 total. The creature is still alive as you cut through the creature, leaving off multiple different of its tentacles. You are then, after that strike, you land on the ground.
Can I jump 5 feet up and slash it again?
You have no more movement left.
Swapping weapons doesn't require movement. It doesn't require a thing, right?
Swapping weapons to a what, a reach weapon, unless you're gonna throw the sword on the ground and grab the polearm out. That's the only way that will happen, that you can get extra attack. I will state though that you are in the process of swinging, which simply states that if you switch a weapon, you'll negate that. You won't have that swing because you're taking the attack action with your Bane of Barithune. And you took it while you jumped and leaped into the air and swung, and now you've come down to the ground. And you got the swing back. So you could pull your pole arm out, but you just will not have it for this turn.
Could I throw the Bane of Barithune at it?
You can't throw the sword at it. It'll be an improvised weapon at that point, but you could make a just roll a d20 and I'll add your modifiers to it.
And I can smite with it if I improvise with it? If I throw it at, can I smite?
You want to know if you can smite with that?
Yeah, if I throw it, can I smite?
You can only smite with a melee weapon attack. Technically, it's not melee.
Damn it. Okay, yeah, then that's not a turn.
Nothing?
Yeah.
You're good? Alright. You're up next. Alright. What are we doing?
The DM only did 45 damage.
I only got 1 attack off. I had another one.
I don't really got much to do. Okay, I think I'm going to just aim at the skull, I guess. Try to finish it off.
Okay.
before he releases the fireball. I'm gonna Tasha's Mind Whip.
Okay. Send it off. All right, the creature is going to fail with a 13, takes 9 points of psychic damage, and drops dead as it falls down to the ground, breaks apart, giving off no light.
All right, Reg, tell your bird not to smash the skull, and I'll run it back into the cave.
Okay. Running back
End
into the
the turn.
cave. Ending turn. All right, Thea, you're up next.
She's not in chat.
You
No,
are
she is.
muted if
I'm
you're
crazy.
talking.
Sorry. Yeah, I can't really see anything. So that was what? How much movement? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You've gone 15 feet so far.
Okay, so I got here. Be another 15. I will bonus action dash. $15 here. There we go. Okay. And then I'm gonna shoot at this guy.
All right, fire away. All right, 21 is going to connect as you fire. 6 points of piercing damage does indeed land as it thunks in.
Great. And yeah, I'm just gonna back up by Reg again. Over here.
Okay. So
And end my
you're-
turn.
Okay, so you're going to
I'm
use-
finishing that dash movement, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to finish your dash movement and move back towards right. Okay, sounds good. All right, one last bear remains.
He is the one. I can't see where that beholder is from the bear's perspective,
I'm going to give it 10 feet of vision. Enable it.
but it's running up to this beholder to chomp on it.
Okay. Do you see it now?
Yeah, I can see it now.
Okay, fantastic. My daughter's trying to get into the room right now. Just banging on the door. Like, Dad, Dad! That's great. 8. Bite attack is not going to land. As you miss the bite, kind of moves backwards, but then you rake with the claws. It comes forward, moving too slow for its own good. 22, 8 points of slashing damage dealt as it comes through.
And that's the end of its turn.
Ending turn, we now come to the one with the Slayer Spray. Roar, looks for potential targets, and indeed it is going to see the bear. As it does, it fires off a ray. That is going to be a bluish beam in the direction of that bear. The bear is going to fail and takes a total of 28 points of necrotic damage. As such, is dispersed. Your bears have now ended. We're no longer concentrating on the conjuration. Felix, you're up next.
All right. Continue. Step out. Do another couple Eldritch Blast.
Firing off a 15, that is going to connect. Firing off another one here as it comes through. 27 is going to connect. There's a total of 10 points of force damage dealt. Smash into it a
Step in,
couple
I
times.
think use my last Bardic Inspiration on
Yeah, hit shit. You got it.
That'll be my turn.
Go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw, please. Oh my! How many 13s? That's 4 in a row?
Yeah.
That's 4 in a row. You rolled 9. You rolled the number 9 4 times in a row.
Lucky number 13.
That's
no.
that's lucky. Yeah, that's lucky. All right, Dirty Joe looks towards you, Athal, as you cower in the corner. Good and good, eh? Now he's gonna step back 10 feet, pushes you into the corner a little bit, fires off 2 arrows. Now he's going to disengage sharpshooter for these strikes. 24 connects. Deals a total of 9 points of damage. The Slayer's Prey didn't go off, so let me tack that on. Total of 15 damage dealt for the first arrow strike. Then it's going to fire off another arrow into that direction at the same target. There's going to be a 30, which is going to land, and that deals a total of 9 points of damage. And that creature is dead. As such, it is not getting back up. As a full failure. So, Sturdy Joe sidesteps into the corner, fires off 2 arrows once and twice as it comes through. The second arrow is going to thunk into the center eye, hitting into interior of the creature. The creature's going to kind of sidestep a little bit and then fall down to the ground. It kind of begins to pick itself back up, but then it just stops and is unmoving. Dirty Joe then is going to sidestep back into cover and end their turn. Now come to one of the eye monsters that's looking down upon you, Costas, as it goes, fires off a beam at you. Fires off a green beam, sending it in your direction. Alright, succeeding with the 20, you take no damage as you dive out of the way. The creature then, surprisingly, is going to hover away from you as it begins to move. You have no attack of opportunity as it's outside of your reach. It just hovers away. Ending its turn. We now come to the one that is slowed. This one is trying to look in the direction of potential targets. I'm going to go ahead and roll a die. Alright, looks towards Regmore as Thea's passive stealth inside of the visible light. It's going to fire off a ray, and so doing is actually going to connect with you, Thea, because you're basically in front of Regmore. Just FYI. So even though it doesn't really see you too well in that space, even with the light, it's still going to fire. Alright. It's a greenish beam, but it's more opaque turquoise as it sends out into your direction. Hopefully a saving throw does come through.
How do I get rid of... I just click the X for no Bardic.
Okay.
I'm going to save that.
24. That is going to be a success as you kind of get hit by the paralyzation ray. It kind of begins to disperse around and you're able to kind of pull yourself from the effect and look in the direction of the creature where it fired at you into the darkness. Right. Regmore, you are up next.
Thank you, Thea.
Welcome.
Action dashing. To there. And ending turn.
Ending turn. All right. Costas, you're up. Round 5.
I'm going to do another run and jump attack
Okay.
at this border. Gonna deactivate Great Bombmaster for that. Think about it soon. No, but just gonna do that. And then mix in another level 1 Divine Smite.
Okay. Roll 3d8 for me, please. Or tack on an extra d8 after clicking. All right, big deeps. 18, 16, 34 total. All right, creature is dead. As you come up, charging forward, right, lighting your weapon with radiance, you come upwards, striking down. As the creature's hit, begins to falter, fall down to the ground. It is unmoving.
Then I think we've 20 feet so far. So I'm just gonna move 10 feet. Wait, that's laser. That's laser. Never mind.
This begins to vaporize. I'm just kidding.
Okay, duck underneath laser.
Technically not. It's actually moving down along the stone.
Can I jump over it?
Yeah.
I guess.
Costas is. You know what? Lucas is playing a whole different game, like Mario right now. I don't know what we're doing here. But we're bouncing. We're jumping. Othala, you're up next.
The boulders are Goombas. They're just giant Goombas.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna cast catapult.
All right.
Uh,
What are you throwing?
I'm gonna take a fork out from my cooker's kit. Just aiming a fork at it.
All right. Aiming a fork at it.
Fork you.
Fork you, buddy. Catapult away. All right, the creature is going to fail. It takes 16 points of bludgeoning damage to the fork lance.
Yeah, eat that. And then I got 5 more feet. I'm gonna duck behind Reg. End of turn.
All right, Faye, you're up next.
Okay. I'm going to. Why do you not want me to move?
Your ping is
All right.
exceptionally high right now, so it's mostly.
Yeah, I don't know why, because I literally only have this window open. I'm on Discord on my phone. First, I'd like to bonus action Insightful Fighting.
Okay.
Um,
It is going to fail with a natural 1.
cool. So, I'm going to short bow attack.
Okay. Should prompt you for Bardic Inspiration. 21. It's going to connect. 7 points piercing damage and throw on sneak attack. 16. It's going to be a total of 23 points of damage.
And I think I only used, 10 feet of movement? 10?
Mm-hmm.
Can I duck behind the pillar, like here?
You want to come more
Like
toward.
right next to,
Yeah, that's
like
fine.
there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. And then end
Alright.
turn.
Okay, sounds good. Felix, you're up next.
Not that I see any threats on the field. And I can't move closer to that.
You feel the fear. You can't see it.
I know it's in that general direction. Can I make attacks at disadvantage at it?
You can, if you'd like to. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to target anything. I'm just going to...
We'll see it now. Blindly setting them out. You're probably going to have to hold down control to get the disadvantage, but sling them. 16! Disadvantage is going to hit! Firing the Eldritch Blast, the source of your fear. Be gone, foul demon! 5 points of damage dealt as you strike into the darkness.
Yeah, take that. I hope it hit. All right, you guys got it. Soften them up. That's it.
Now come to Dirty Joe. Dirty Joe is going to have this exact same problem. Hey, where is it? I don't see it. But it's going to see you lot, and it's going to take a dash and to get to there, and essentially group up with you and try to get as much information as far as what direction this creature is. All right. We now come to the creature's turn. Creature is going to look towards Regmore. You're not going to see a spiral because I actually edited the token. Sometimes that does that with the module there, but it is the creature's turn. It's going to look towards you, Regmore, as you come charging forward in your dash, and it's going to fire off a ray at you. As such, it is going to fire off a green beam at your direction.
I'm gonna
6.
chrono shift it.
All right, go ahead and make another dexterity saving throw, please. All right, 22 as you are kind of moving, and the ray sends outwards. You see it kind of going in the direction of you, and then there's some kind of barrier that erupts in time and kind of pushes the ray into another direction and splashes into the backdrop of the cavern. Regmore, you are barely survived from that. Regmore, you're up next.
I would have been fine.
I don't think so, but yeah.
Is this thing hovering or?
It's not hovering, no.
Going to smack it.
All right. Regmore charging forward, relentless. A natural 1. Regmore, as you swing wildly, you fall prone, landing to the ground.
The disintegration beam scared me. That's my turn because I don't think I have enough movement to even stand back up.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Costas, top of round 6. It's your turn.
It's me, Costas. Okay.
It's me, Costas. Hey,
I'm
are you
gonna
doing?
action dash, then long jump over the kind of laser over here. I just head blindly into the dark where I think the beholder is, from like what I've seen from the lasers and stuff. Which
Sure.
is like this way. Which is like this. Oh, I was around the money. It's like there.
All right. That's your dash.
Yeah.
All right.
I
You
was
see
like,
it running in.
it's like, you know, like I kind of like to do like a little like Mario pose as I jump over the laser.
Okay.
Where I'm doing. Okay. The enter.
All right. Oh, sorry. Athal, you're up next.
All right. Why not again? What else I got in my cooking kit? I'll take a pot out, and I'll fling a pot catapult.
All right. Athal is pulling out cookery and flinging it at the creature. Creature's going to fail. Takes 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Die already, and that'll be the end of the turn.
All right. Thea, you're up next.
Okay. I am going to step out again. And fire. Wow, I'm rolling so well.
29. That's going to connect. Roll sneak attack. Nine points of sneak attack damage. So that's 18 total damage points. Creature's still alive as it lands. Sliding side to side, moaning.
That was my last end turns.
They anything else?
I'm going back to where I was.
Okay, going back to where you were. Felix, I wasn't sure if you wanted to roll it because you're kind of firing at the source of your fear. You're getting an understanding of where it is, but you know what? You succeed. You don't feel anymore, but you have an. You can still fire at disadvantage if you want because
I can now move closer to it.
yeah, you understand where it is, but you can move closer to it now if you want. So. It's your turn.
Oh, well, okay. Yeah, I will do that. Excuse me. Let's get this done. Oh, crap. All right. I'll just blast.
17 hits. 13 is not going to land.
And I'll turn.
All right. How do you want to do it?
Oh, okay.
4 points of damage. That's enough. And it failed its throw already.
I'd just like to split the difference between Regmore and Costas as they're coming up and just right through the central eye. Small hole.
Small hole. Goes in. Creature takes it and falls into the ground, unmoving. And that's the end of combat. We did it. Anybody get scared there for a second?
Yay.
I
those
was,
disintegration rays were going
yeah.
out.
Mhm.
yeah.
2 close calls.
I wasn't that scared. I was more thinking I really could have used a mount since, man, I spent like half of that ride.
I think Costas almost died to one, and then Regmore almost died to one if you didn't shift that one. I thought.
Yeah, that would have been dangerous.
Disintegration destroys everything, right?
If you drop a 0, everything,
You're
body
gone.
and all. The only thing you can bring you back is true resurrection.
Question is, would it have destroyed the essences?
Can I pick up this skull?
You pick up the skull.
Anything magical? Remnant?
Eldritch, but no.
Just seems like a humanoid skull, particularly of a dwarf.
Try to pocket it, put it in my bag.
Yeah, right where you see Uthalla picking up a dwarven skull and pocketing it in their backpack. Okay, it's pretty much shattered, but you get a good chunk of it off and put it, stash it away.
Can you talk about how powerful these undead are for the amount there are? Like, I don't know how they make this many undead at this level.
Rex wanted to examine the little pillar thing and then lean down to touch the lightning coming out of it.
Regmore, you go and touch the lightning coming out of it
Yeah, with a finger.
with your finger.
Yep.
All right, go and make a dexterity saving throw, please.
If you fail, you roll a new character.
Nine. Where you take 39 points of lightning damage and you are paralyzed as you begin to vibrate with electrical current. Spasming out and you fall to the ground.
I feel like this is just survival of the fittest. Let it happen.
Just try to drag him away from the current.
I feel like you won a Darwin Award.
Reg, and then cure wounds. Oh my god.
Spasming from the current, paralyzed.
What did he do now?
He touched things again.
Ugh. Someone needs a reg-sized backpack. Stick him in it.
All right, 10 points to Regmore. Rigmart, please make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. 14, you become unparalyzed. The effect still tingles and lingers.
Wait, so nobody touches the red lightning.
Yep, it's bad.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, the eye thingy passed through it.
It's
And
a
speaking
eye-
of eye thingy.
Are you an
Costas,
eye
think you could
thingy?
grab one of these?
What's this thing in the middle?
Touch it.
No.
It is a lock. It is a circular bronze brass lock with a keyhole at the center. It has a radius of roughly 9 to 10 inches in that. It has kind of a seashell grooves to it, forming an inlay pattern of sorts. It is suspended in the air, approximately 2 to 3 feet above the rune, and it's hitting. It's kind of merging the lightning. So this is what is causing the static to bounce out. So this thing is sending the current out.
Something tells me we need to open this to get Mr. Dragon out of there.
Do you have a key?
Nope. Can we lockpick it?
Felix, do you remember what Trescal said?
You gotta be more specific than that.
Okay. In exchange for keeping Tresgal enslaved and protecting the key to their enslavement, Utas Latar would be released.
Yeah, so I think the Lich has the key to this.
Hmm.
I guess ultimately it comes down to whether or not you want to release him. I understand the misgivings, but I think having a powerful ally would be useful. And if it turns out to be an asshole, we just kill him anyways.
Like we can kill him if he turns out to be an asshole.
Please.
I mean, I don't know. He seems to always be hungry and has no problems with eating humans. So I'm just worried we're going to be throwing a third party out there who may not like Damodar, but also may not like us, and just goes on a rampage. That's fine.
I mean, have you ever had humans? They're pretty good.
I mean,
Yeah.
we did let the 2 trolls outside live, and they ate people.
Wouldn't be the first group or individual that I had hunting me down. What's another?
I
So,
just the amount of damage an Elder Blue Great Worm could cause if it decided to get hungry. I mean, we
They
could say
when did you notice it gone missing there?
Hmm?
When did you see Felix pulling out his notepad? When did you first notice that it was missing?
Notice what was missing.
Your positive outlook on life.
I would say about 37 years ago.
Okay, 37 years ago. So would you say that you'd like a positive outlook on life again, or you're like content with kind of being cold and I don't know, pessimistic?
Activity would be nice.
oh,
Got
I know
it.
a bartender.
Gift idea for Thea: a positive outlook on life.
I know a great
Thank you.
bartender. He made a drink called Positivity. Maybe we could use that.
I'm gonna follow Felix.
Mr. Costas, could you or maybe a couple of us could we drag one of this eye thingies?
You want me to drag it? I think.
Yeah, you're strong. I can't quite do
Yeah,
it.
So Cost is gonna go up and he's gonna try to like deadlift the. I think that's what it's called. Where like they kind of squat and like pull it up. I think
Okay.
that's deadlift.
What's your strength score? 20?
20, yeah.
All right, I need you to make a strength check, please.
Okay, athletics or strength?
Strength check, please.
Okay. Oh, that's a saving throw.
9.
Should we just go with that or
What's that?
I
It's the same
actually
roll
rolled
for you either way, buddy.
exact same? So should we just go with it?
Yeah, it's the same roll. You have Bardic Inspiration if you want to roll it. That's pretty cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
well that's part of it. Okay, that helps. So 15.
All right, so 15. That's a easy. So this creature weighs roughly 500 pounds. So you're having to kind of get into a deadlift. Muscles begin to rip. Like an absolute power lifter. I mean, a gym rat straight up. You able to get this a couple, little inches off the ground, but that's about it. You expend your Bardic Inspiration to do so. I have paused it at this point because there's one character that is not actually here amongst you. I'm pretty sure you can figure out who that is.
Yep. He did the thing.
What? Reckamore.
He always does the thing. Why do we expect anything different?
You're back.
I know he joked, getting a raise,
Why
but
are
I'm
you back?
serious about it now.
Did you find what you were looking for?
maybe.
Oh,
I have a question.
questions. First, the stone. And I will answer your questions.
I can't give you the stone yet.
Why not? The breath begins to cackle with blue lightning.
If we give the stone to you, it will set you free, correct?
It will not set me free. it will recover my strength.
So you will still be trapped here.
Of course, this is my imprisonment. The stone has no power over that.
And the lich that is working with Damodar has the key to release you.
I believe so, yes.
Do you know where he is?
I do not know. I do not know. As the breath begins to cackle with bluish lightning begins to emerge in a line, not aimed at you, but in different directions it sends out, striking into the air. Showcasing the dragon is very much capable of doing it. Breathing back as the air around is static, electrified. Bits and pieces of the stone rock are hit by the lightning. Trace around, they begin to be destroyed, but upon being destroyed, they are gravitationally pulled back into the walls of the cavern. It stares and looks at you. Do you not see now?
I am well aware you can incinerate all of us without lifting a finger.
No, you fool! That I cannot leave!
I know you cannot leave until we get the key and free you.
So how would I know where the lich is if I cannot leave?
He doesn't come here.
Oh, gosh. Of course the lich comes here and asks me questions, and gets close enough I consume them, and then they come back, and back, and back, and back again. It does not matter. They do not give this information to me. And I do not ask, for I do not care. I only care to be freed, and I ask, and they say no. That is it. I have tried to destroy my imprisonment, pull on the shackles, but I cannot. There is no escape, and you continue your pestilent questions, you insignificant little wormling, and I will consume you upon being released, unless you stop toiling my patience.
I mean no offense.
Well, you are offending. Does not matter if you mean or do not mean, you are doing it. And if you will release me, and you stop the bickering of stupidity, then we can be friends. And to have a friend such as me mean much to you. Alright, what is everyone else doing? Now that you don't see Red Bull.
I was talking to Felix.
Yeah, so go ahead.
So yeah, positive outlook. You want? I got a list of names that would help with that.
Oh yeah, definitely, sure. Yeah.
Maybe when we get out of this place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, friends for a party.
Something like that.
Okay. Party for the guest of honors VIP list. All right. Yeah, we'll work on it.
I'm gonna try to lift the beholder corpse again, purely out of not making up basically embarrassment that I couldn't do before. He's like, "Damn it, I can do this." And then he's gonna
Hey, we're good.
Yeah. He fucking wandered off again.
I saw him leave. He went to the stairs. Probably went downstairs to Druzgol.
I need to roll something.
I pull a hammer.
Cassus, you pull a hammy. Right underneath the ass.
You
That
need
one
help
little
or
spot in
something?
the hammy just pulls out a little bit. It's not feeling great.
Not
Do
every
you
adventuring
help?
party has a strong person. We're all right.
I'm fine.
You know, asking for help is something that you can always do.
We should go track down Red real quick. I mean,
Yeah.
I was gonna get this thing to feed the dragon, but
Come on, blind boys. Follow me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be right behind you. While can I try to deduce if this is something that can be dispelled or messed with any way besides using the key?
You can roll an Arcana check if you'd like to understand how this mechanism is working, but beyond that, that's all I can give you. 20. So what you are understanding is that the lock is relevant to some sort of arcane seal. That is tied not only into the lock, but also the place around. It's funneling this electrical current not just into the pillars, but mostly the bedrock and the structure around. The pillars are really just a conduit, similar to a metal pole. It's like a lightning rod. They're just taking that down and they're spreading that throughout. There could be another level, maybe some future rods to kind of create a more of a web and elaborate traces underneath Treadskull as well. It's unclear. Regardless to you, from what your Arcana check is allowed at a 20, is that this arcane lock requires a very specific key. Most likely something that matches the same energy that it possesses, the same magic. And if that's the case, then you either have to create very powerful dispel magic upon it to attempt to end it, or you have to find that key to unseal this.
And I haven't really used detect magic to gather what magic this is.
I mean, you could probably piece together any sort of spell in relation to like a knock, right, or an arcane lock, or of any kind. You're going to be a transmutation, right?
Okay. All right. Yeah. So
Right.
possibly it might do this.
I think it'll be transmutation and abjuration, right, are the two schools that are relevant to that. So this most likely would be like abjuration, and then the key would have the transmutation.
Got it.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Got it. Yeah, definitely. Just one last thing, just to be curious. You said this hole right here is 9 to 10 inches.
It's not, the hole is not 9 to 10 inches. It's a circular, spherical like lock. Kind of forms almost like a giant mint. In a way, has those kind of seashell swirls engravings into the bronze material, and the keyhole is relevant to the size of like a large key, just a larger size key. So if you took kind of one of those, hey, I got a key to the city type deals, right, with the massive palm of your hand or your fingers, that's what would go into something like this. There doesn't seem to be keyholes or any sort of kind of those little digits inside of the hole there, so suggesting you just need to place this object there, and that might suffice to be able to do it.
All right, and damaging this thing isn't gonna work either. All right, so I'll just head down. I'll follow everybody.
Making way downstairs, following everybody. Continuing conversation, right more.
Regmore's gonna take out his silver gem. You said the blue one is the essence of dragon. Blue
That is
dragon?
correct. Yes.
What can you tell me of the silver?
I am done answering your questions. My patience is thinned.
I will make you a deal.
What deal do you wish to strike?
We will go track down this lich and free you. At that point, I will give you the essence of the blue dragon. If you will be our friend, and when the time comes and we face off with Damodar, will you lend us your aid?
Your foolish bargain would not be met. Puts the head down.
Let's go, Red.
I know he's controlling the silver, and it's against its will. Will the essence of the silver break its chains?
You don't understand. If you wish to get more information from me, you will free me, and I will give it to you. That is what I strike. Any bargain is to be met.
Sounds like a deal, bud. We'll be back. Thanks.
Felix Fennecis. So this here is 8-foot ceiling height, craggly rooftop, and there does appear to be a large hole at the back center, and there are kind of anchored chain into the metallic stone that drop down into that hole.
All right, we'll be back. All right, let's go, Red. No, you lead the way, bud. Down that hallway. Hey, Thea. Stop a second. You're on reg duty.
Yep. I'm on reg duty. All right.
Mhm.
I am actively keeping an eye on Regmore.
Okay. The
All right,
hole,
we'll be back.
So he cannot sneak
so
off
fun.
again.
All right.
the hole descends into the darkness.
Utilizing the chains that go down the hole.
All right. Regmore is going down the hole.
I will
We follow
follow
suit.
right behind him.
All right,
We'll do
everyone's
the same.
following suit down a hole. You know what? You find a hole. What do? You gotta go down it. I love it. It's great. All right, so I realized that we did not take a break, but we're kind of at the end. We're getting towards the end of the session, so I'm gonna probably phrase it. I'm just gonna push on, okay? Because we're gonna. If everyone wants
Yeah,
to.
I'm okay with it, but I've just been stepping away as I need to.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure everyone's comfortable and everyone's okay. We're good to press on?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So, beginning to press on, I'm going to get tokens here situated. Give me 1 second. Begin to descend into the darkness. Sturdy Joe in tow, obviously. You're moving with the chains, and as you're attempting to climb down as far as possible. Eventually, you reach a point of about 120 to 150 feet in this descent. The chain is anchored into other points with pins, metallic ones. And so the chain is creating a decent handhold, and there's 2 of them as well, which is there. However, there are foot and handholds besides the rocks and other cracks. It is a little bit challenging, this descent. It's unlike the other one where you could put your back up. The hole is quite large. And thereby, I need everyone to make athletic checks as you descend down. About this 120, 150 foot point, simply because you're getting a little bit fatigued, right? You might be getting a little bit exhausted. So we need to actually ask for your athletics here to see if you're okay to continue to go here. Okay. So with these rolls, it looks like everyone but Regmore, you're kind of the first one down, so you're underneath everyone here. You're beginning to become fatigued. It's becoming challenging for you to kind of press on. Eventually, your party members are able to get to you and support you. Is anybody in particular going to help Regmore down at this point? Or Regmore will most likely lose their grip on the chains and fall.
Yeah, I was following right behind him, so I would probably try to assist him.
Okay. So Regmore, they're kind of coming down the other side of the chain. Maybe Thea's grabbing, kind of helping you out and begin to make way. Fortunately, this site is clear. After 20 more feet, you can see the bottom through dark vision of 60. You're going to be headed there, so it's about over 200 feet of actual climb down, and you're able to get down to the ground. Upon getting here, you begin to hear the slight skittering and movement of creatures. It becomes very present. It becomes very clear that there are creatures down here. Paso trace still up. You hear a series of clicks.
All right, before we go any further, Reg, hand stone to Thea.
I'm just gonna hold my hand out.
The blue one?
The blue one. You can keep your own stone.
Doesn't he also have the green one? Where's that?
No, Joe has it.
Why am I handing it off?
Because you just walked off and made a deal without talking to the party.
That's exactly what you said you weren't going to do.
I said I wasn't going to give it to him.
Reg,
Reg,
we're playing
this
with
is not a
semantics
debate.
right now.
Hand the stone over to Thea.
Reg will hand over the stone to Thea.
You hear the movement and shifting of rocks sliding and moving and grinding. It's difficult to tell, and the clicks have ceased.
Thea has a stone.
The stone now.
Okay.
It is the correct stone.
Yeah, it is. There's only one stone. I haven't
Yep.
dragged an item over in possession. I've just been going loosely
Yeah.
because I assumed you all were going to transfer it amongst yourselves. So there you have it now.
Okay.
Um,
Very quietly, because whatever's down there, stop moving.
Yeah, let's move quietly. Go.
whatever. Yeah. Okay.
Us.
See more chains.
Felix, the ground underneath you begins to move, and a creature bursts out of the ground, moving on all fours as its large, gaping eyes stare directly towards you. This eminence of presence about, hulking figure with tendrils of insectoid-like parts and chitinous shell. It looks towards and immediately goes in for claw and mandible attacks towards you. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Still got a D8.
All right, adding on a 5 to Thea here. You're going to go up to 23. Still not the top. I can't even believe
Yep.
it. Dirty Joe is, I mean, I'm rolling so well. You know, Mikey, if you're watching the stream, I don't know. I'm hitting all the time. So crazy. All right. Othala, you're up first.
I'm going to move up and cast Mind Whip.
All right, so you send off a mind whip to the creature. As it seems the creature is impacted by this, it takes 11 points of psychic damage, which kind of shakes and moves its head wildly as the mind whip goes out.
Then I'm going to just move back behind this rock and look at it around and turn.
All right, I need to pause you there because in the actual crack, there is a creature and you've moved outside of its threat range. It's then going to go in for a grapple attack to grab onto your leg. I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check. Natural 20. You are grappled as it pulls onto your leg. Begins to pull you down into the direction of the hole.
Turn.
Come to Dirty Joe. What's going on? I can't see nothing.
I'm gonna yell directions at him.
Oh,
Joe would light a torch at this point,
fuck
right?
this.
Yeah.
Lights the torch. Sees the creature kind of poking half its head up. Oh damn. But the creature is in kind of almost like total cover, so it's just its arm that's come up. So it's really the only thing to shoot. With Sharpshooter enabled, it's something to do. However, they did have to take... I'm going to take the bonus action to light the torch because I'm almost assuming Dorijo always has the torch available at this point. It's always out ready to go. So I'm just going to negate the Slayer's Prey but get 2 shots off with Sharpshooter to actually target the creature that has grabbed onto you with all being able to negate the cover that the creature has aimed for that arm. 16 does not land. It bounces into the chitinous shell and does not puncture through. Then going to fire off a second arrow. That is going to be a 16 again. Both arrows miss. This one lands towards the ground. Dirty Joe is going to keep their spot there holding the torch. They kind of use the torch, put it into the side there and kind of held it, and then now they're kind of holding it with one solid hand. So Thea, you're up next.
Alright, I am going to run up next to Othala.
In so doing, you've actually gotten out of the threat range of another creature that was tunneled underneath the ground, hiding. It now emerges like a turtle from its shell. As it does, it reaches out to swing at you with its large claws. 26 connects to you. You take 13 points of slashing damage as it slices into your back.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll eat that.
Okay. I'm going to unpause it. It's still your turn.
All right. Yep. Okay. So 2 short sword attacks against this guy.
Okay. Natural 1. Going for the first strike as you go wildly swinging. Nothing bad happens, just a bad miss as you skirt the blade over the chitinous shell.
All right. Same thing.
22 is going to connect. 7 points of piercing damage still.
And sneak.
Additional 8 points of sneak attack damage.
And my turn.
Ending turn. We now come to the one right there, Felix. As you stare up at it, it actually is going to prompt you for a charisma saving throw as it stares with some sort of gaze into your eyes as it looks directly towards you. Success as you shake it off, turning your eyes away from it. It then is going to kind of take a little bit of a step back and grab a hold of your legs and attempt to drag you. You need to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check, please. Natural 1. Indeed, you are grappled. As it grabs onto your legs, it then begins to pull and swing you into the direction of the crevasse. It then begins to dive down. It's now in a period of 10 feet under the lip, and so are you, along with the creature. As it's pulling you, hanging you loosely by its arm. I'm going to drag it right here into space, and I'm going to put you here. You're dangling downwards as it's using the other hand to crawl down into the crevice. You're 10 feet along with the creature.
Is that was a move that he could do? He could grapple and move?
That's correct. He can use its movement speed to be able to climb down. This creature is exceptionally fast in terms of its tunneling abilities and is able to get into large underground spaces with its movement.
I'm just asking because of Tasha's, because you can only use an action, a movement, or a bonus action.
Oh, for the Mind Whip?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and retcon that. I didn't realize the Mind Whip was there. I forgot. So we're going to go ahead and put you, Felix, there. And then I'm going to have the creature here still on top. And the grapple is still going to go into effect with the action ending its turn. It's late. We make 10 off. Next time that happens, Jay, just interrupt me before I get into the whole thing.
Yeah, I noticed. No, I noticed there was the other one next to it. I was like, oh wait, that's the wrong one.
No, so the whip was on the other one. So just let me know because we're getting towards the end here. I'm getting fatigued. All right. So now we come to this one. I'm going to reveal on the turn order as well as the other one here that has you grappled with Allah. It then is going to continue to have you grappled and come in for a look, kind of a gaze up towards Thea. Thea, I need you to make a charisma saving throw. 18. You are successful as it kind of looked into your direction. It then is going to take its mandibles, kind of crouching outwards take its mandibles up from its mouth and come up for a strike towards you. 21 is going to hit. It deals a total of 13 points of slashing damage to you, and is then going to take its claw strike, just one of them because the other one is holding on to Othala, and come in for a strike with its claw. 15 is going to miss as you dive out of the way, and then is going to now move at approximately 20 feet down the ground, continuing to drag Othala while you are dangling down, and takes attack of opportunity from you there.
Yeah.
Well, there's going to be a miss as you take your attack of opportunity, leaving your threat space is now 20 foot down into the hole. Othala, you are dangling, held by its claw underneath the creature. Regmar, you're up next.
Huh. Summoning. A polar bear.
Okay.
And then wild shaping into one. Wild shaping into a polar bear.
Okay. No. More bears. More bears.
And moving up to this one, and end your turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
Oh, bad touch. Okay, we'll cast the booming blade with the rapier.
Throwing off a booming blade, 25 is going to connect. As it does, it sends off to the creature, dealing 9 points of thunder damage as it kind of erupts. The booming blade striking it, also kind of creating that energy around it. It kind of takes its head back and kind of shrieks a little bit with the clicks, attempting maybe the noise of the actual boom was a lot to it.
And bonus action, Misty Step. Up on top of this rock.
Okay, Misty stepping on top of the rock. That rock, so I'm going to give a description of this, right? Because you had about an 8-foot ceiling height here. The chamber here is kind of it's a dramatic fashion. It kind of forms a dome, so it goes from the 10 up to kind of 22 to 25. This rock itself is like 17 feet high. So you're going to be put at 17 feet on the elevation scale as you Misty stepped up.
I am the tallest goblin in the world. Enter.
All right. You're going to end your turn. Now go to the one that's held between the bears. It's actually going to dive into the ground, tunneling through the thick rock, and disengage at the same time. As it does so, it's going to leave a tunnel into its wake, and then is going to kind of re-emerge in the crack, and that is going to be roughly 10 feet down from the crack, and it's going to be right there. So it's going to get into the ground, tunnel through, making a hole, and then pop out into the underspace. As it does, it makes a series of clicks, looking at its friend. That is going to be the end of its turn. Costas, you're up next.
So I'm going to run over here. And how deep is that crack?
It's complete darkness for as far as you can see.
I'd like to pull out my glaive and jump down and try and land on top of one of those bugs.
All right, I want to take a moment here. We're going to pause the music. And let's all just say one thing that we love about Costas in this moment. Just one thing. We'll go around. I'm sure Dirty Joe will tell you they got great hair. Fantastic. Thea, what do you think?
You have so much enthusiasm.
So much enthusiasm. Athala?
Nice pillows.
Felix?
Your mom's pretty hot.
I like it. Ed the polar bear?
Rah, 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 rah.
All right. We're going to have to get a little bit of this too, I think. All right, Costas. You go strike the creature. Diving up the cliff face, the creature's 10 feet down. You're going to attempt to land onto the creature. So I need you to make your first attack as a grapple to attempt to grapple the creature to hang on to it, to not slip and fall off. It's got a very slick, smooth chitinous shell. You have to grab onto it first, and then you have to make your second extra attack as an attack towards it.
I'm more trying to land on top of it than grapple on it.
You cannot land on top of this creature. There's no footholds. It's moving violently, climbing downwards. There's no way that you can stay on this creature without grabbing onto it somehow.
This might be a bad idea. Okay, let's do this. So
You
grappling-
don't have to do it. I'm just telling you this is what it takes.
I already said it. I'm doing it.
Okay?
It's athletics, right?
That's correct. A 12. As cautious as you go, a 12 does not beat a natural 20. Cautious as you go to dive, you miss your grab, but you can strike, falling down. And you should make an attack.
Can I attack into the wall to slow myself down?
You can attack into the wall to slow yourself down, but the Bane of Barry Thune is not capable of cutting through direct stone. It's not a laser sword. We're not Jedis. If you want, I can also copy and paste that nat 20 into chat. If you want. I don't think it's necessary. Costas, you've jumped at this point. You go in for a grab, you miss the grab. You can only attack or attempt to use your second to grab, and you have 2 attacks, so you can go for a second
I'm
grapple.
going to attempt to use my second to grab.
All right. Go ahead and make your athletics check, please. Natural 1.
It is fate.
It is fate. Costas, you go in for your second grab, and you miss completely. You begin to free fall. Costas, I'm going to put you here. So you free fall down. I'm going to go ahead and move you at a velocity, roughly, and we'll go ahead and increase that velocity as we go. You're approximately 15 feet down, hitting into the creature and falling into the crack, into the darkness. Costas, that is going to be the end of your turn. Thala, you are up next.
You better help me. And I'm gonna warp the space around Costas and send him on the same rocket Felix is on.
Thank you.
17 feet up. You are spared by the sake of your friend, who actually did that instead of saving themselves. So
Yep.
just an FYI.
I don't know why Vortex warped the other one, but
It was feeling it.
bonus action. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here. End the turn.
Okay. End of turn. Saving you instead of themselves. Wow, that's absolutely boring. All right, Dirty Joe is going to come moving up to the edge 20 feet, and then is going to go in for 2 arrow strikes in the direction of the creature that has you, Othal, that's dangling, sending out 2 of the strikes. The first one is going to attempt do ensnaring strikes. They're going to channel their bow to attempt to ensnare them. So they're going to fire the first arrow off, and this is going to be without sharpshooter to hope to hit far easier because they missed both the strikes of the first one. All right, so 15 for the first arrow is going to miss. They go in for the second arrow. The ensnaring strike is still empowered upon them. It's a concentrated like effect that is going to hit. That is going to end their concentration to pass without trace, just FYI. But the ensnaring strike is going to hit along with the damage dealt. So 12 points of piercing damage to the creature, and then is going to throw off the ensnaring strike here. See what happens as far as the saving throw is concerned. The creature is going to fail with a 12 against a DC 13 strength saving throw as vines and tendrils begin to sprout outwards from the ensnaring strike and are going to now restrain the creature upon the rock. The ensnaring strike pop down. And I want to make sure that is possible because it is a large size. Yeah, larger creature. Has the advantage, and it did roll advantage with the saving throw with MIDI.
With it being restrained, is Othala still grappled, or is he like free falling?
It most likely, because the creature has multiple appendages, 2 claws and the mandibles, is put you into its leg like claw. It's kind of a tunneling creature, so it's being restrained by its body and by its torso. So you're just kind of held still by it. So you're not free falling down, but the creature can't move and can't attempt to like let go. It can let go of you, like it still can do that, but it's now kind of held by the vines and the tendrils that are sprouting this mushroom hyphae, I would say, out of the rock. So you're still there. You're not free falling. It still can grapple or have you grappled, but it can't initiate to grapple anything else really because it has these things around. All right, Thea, you're up next.
All right. This guy is 10 feet down, and this guy is 20 feet down.
Correct.
If I move over, I'm not leaving any sort of melee range, right?
No. Well,
But I can't hit him with my swords.
yeah, you would probably say that you would not be hit by an attack of opportunity, and you cannot hit them with your weapons. That's right.
If I switch my swords for my short bow, is that just like a free action?
You can switch your swords out. I would say probably your bonus because you're using the 2 swords, right? And you get to pull the bow out. I would say that's
Yeah.
pretty reasonable to say using your bonus to be able to do that.
Okay, so then yeah, I'll do that. I'll take my short bow.
Okay.
And I'm gonna aim at the one that doesn't have anybody right now.
Okay. Well, Thala. Let's get.
That guy's restrained. I don't want him to like kill him and he lets go.
Yeah, that would be.
You know.
That would be.
All right, so that guy.
All right, 18 is going to land. That deals 9 points of piercing damage, plunking into the shoulders of the creature.
And that's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the polar bear.
Can it reach down there?
It
Can
cannot.
be done.
Polar bear does not have a climb speed, and it's unable to reach with its bite and its claws without losing balance and toppling over the edge of the cliff.
It's going to look down and just roar down at the bug thing. And in its turn,
All right, ending turn. We now come to the one that's marked with the booming blade. It then is going to take a 5-foot step, initiating the booming blade. It's going to take an additional 8 points of thunder damage. It explodes, holds up its head as it kind of explodes. It then is going to dive downwards and begin to climb. Goes 15 feet down and then kind of moves horizontally to go a little bit further in that angle and is going to end its turn. Now come to this next one who is in the restraints. It's going to take 6 points of piercing damage upon the roll prior to with the ensnaring strike, and is then attempting to is going to attempt to break out of it. So in order to do that, they're going to have to take its action to make a strength check. It is going to have the advantage like it did before because it is a large-sized creature. So I'm going to go ahead and roll with the advantage. And it rolls a 22. It is successful. No longer is it restrained, breaks out of the tendrils with its action, and continues its movement down. And I've been putting... So you're at 40. I'm putting negatives here. Okay. So you are now at 40 feet down into the darkness, which is now almost losing sight of the dark vision. And continuing to carry you down, Athala. Regmore, you're up.
all 3 of them jump down into the hole.
Correct. They're all climbing down the edges of the crevice. Clicking sounds and things.
Move in there, get a better look down, and ending turn.
All right. Felix, you're up next.
Can I see down into the hole from where I'm at, or do I have to go close to the
You have a decent perch from the rock to see down. I would probably say you see all 3 of the creatures and probably the swinging of Athala below, but you're starting to lose the dark vision. Remember, you're 17 feet up, the creature's 40 feet down, so that is really hitting that threshold of your dark vision.
Okay. Do I see like chains around Athala, or?
There is no chains around Athala. The chains are anchored into the very rock that you are at. The chains are embedded into similar fashion like the hole, and they descend into the darkness as well.
Okay, gonna hope that Athala can get himself out of it, and I will cast. So this is down. It's a hypnotic pattern. I can put it down if you want me to, but the goal is to put the 3 of these, and because I don't want to target the rest of my allies when I put the template down. It is a 30-foot cube that I can see within range, which is 120 feet. So I should be able to angle the cube down, not hit Athala, and hit the 3 large creatures down there.
Hitting the head of the one, the legs, and the midsection of the other, that's successful. You don't have to put the template down. I'm just going to roll saving throws for all 3.
Right, wisdom saving throws, DC 15 for each of them.
Okay, I'm going to put you in a concentrated like state. 1 is going to succumb, which is actually the one that is held. It's going to go into incapacitated and into a charmed like condition. The other 2 have successfully succeeded on their saving throw. They have not succumbed to the hypnotic pattern. I will state that an incapacitated in charmed condition does not mean they are unconscious. So this creature is still latched onto the rock. It's just simply dazing at beautiful butterflies and other sorts of interesting underdark mushrooms.
I'll just shout out, the one that's got Othala, don't hit it. It can't fight back right now. And I will end my turn.
All right. Now come to this creature. This creature is going to continue to move down. It is going to make its way, moving approximately 50 feet down. It's a little too far. It's 10. And then it's going to sidestep a little bit in space, which I'll keep it in spot because that is going to be roughly its dash. And then it's going to sidestep just a little bit on the rock. And what you're understanding with Othala is that it's attempting now to swing and grab you instead of its friend, which seems to be in this condition. Costas, you're up next.
From my knowledge, was Othala in a position where he could have grabbed the chain?
Othala is in a position where they're swinging back and forth. The chain is still an accessible option to them to grab, but you would not know that. I don't think your character has the dark vision accessible to be able to see where the chain is in terms of that ravine, and there's just not enough light to work with down there. In fact, you can't see any of these creatures currently with your dark vision.
There's no sources of light down there, so I can't see anything.
There's no sources of light down there. You can't see anything. The only light provided is the torch, and the torch light does not have range to extend to those 3 targets.
Then yeah, I'm just going to wait near the top of the chain and hold an action to, like, I don't know, pull up Othala or something. That's really all I can do.
Okay, so you have to climb down. You're on top of a rock. You're 17 feet in the air. You're gonna have to climb down. Are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm gonna climb down and wait at the top of the chain so that if he gets close enough, I can maybe try to extend my pull arm down him and pull him up or something.
Okay, that's gonna be a dash to climb down this rock.
Really? It's okay.
Unless you want to jump 17 feet and take fall damage.
God damn it. Okay, yeah.
That's up to you.
I climb down. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna be able.
All right, Othala, we come to the top of round 3. You are up.
All right. Are the mandibles loose because he's incapacitated, or it's like the same strength?
Incapacitated simply states they cannot take a reaction, which is a reaction to an opposing grapple check. So if you're going to attempt to break out of the grapple, you still have to take your action to do that, but they can't technically oppose it because they do not have a reaction to do that. So if you're kind of going for an acrobatics check to kind of weasel your way out, they're not reacting to clench down further upon you to continue the grapple.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna conserve some magic. I'm gonna break out the grapple. Try to grab the chain that's next to me.
Okay, I need you to make first an acrobatics or athletics check just to see what you are going to roll. We're looking for like a nat 1 type deal, right? Because you're still going to have to actively make the action to do so. Okay, that's going to be a 7, so you're able to break that grapple, so you're not able to react to it, so you're able to get out of the kind of grapple. You see the other one bottom right of you, it's kind of sidestepping, makes a series of clicks at you. You can see the chain dangling, but this is a jump. You'll have to jump as you let go of this grapple. You're going to have to literally let go of it, wiggle your body out, and just leap into the darkness onto the chain and hope to grab it.
Yep, let's do that.
Okay. So as you let go of the grapple and you go leaping for the chain, there's a series of 2 of them. So you have your options here. You have to jump a decent amount of ways to get to this, roughly 5 or so feet, but you have that degrade, so you're able to get further lower and then grab and kind of hold that you can hold on to it. It's going to be a challenging thing to do, but it's acceptable. I need you to make a dexterity check or an acrobatics check. 4. Othala, as you go and reach for the chain, you have failed and you are in a free fall down. I'm going to move your token here, roughly, and put it in space between, you are approximately 50 feet down. You're continuing to fall. But it's going to be the end of your turn. Dirty Joe is up. Dirty Joe can't see anything. Can only hear the shackles of chains moving and the other kind of things happening. What's going on? So I'm going to sidestep, jump over the crack here, and then move this distance. I'm going to go ahead and use my science. Mathematics. It's able to see with torchlight this one, which is 15 feet down, just barely with the torch. And then is going to fire off 2 arrows in the direction of it. 15, first arrow misses, sends off the second arrow. 18, that's going to hit, strikes in 10 points of piercing damage to the creature, lands into the side of its shoulder. Now we come to Thea. Thea, you can see, just barely, Othala has disappeared. You can see Othala swinging, they've gone for a dive, and now they're into the darkness. You're unclear if they've grabbed the chain or not. You can't tell. You can see the shadows moving, but that's about it. They're at the edge of your dark vision, even further past that, given the fact that they're left and down from you. So it's too challenging to see them. But you do know they're in that general direction.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do. I can't do anything to help them. So I'm gonna... Alright. I'm going to bonus action, insightful fighting this guy.
Okay. Okay. Gonna check here. It's going to fail.
Okay. And then I'm gonna short bow attack it.
Okay. 14, you're not successful. Lands into the thick chitinous shell, bounces off.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna just sidestep to see if I can see Othala.
Okay.
And then end my turn.
You sidestep to see Othala. You can just barely see Othala in the dark. They're on the edge of it now. You've moved over to get a little more sight range.
Mhm.
You just, again, you can't really tell if they've grabbed the chain or not, but they do appear to be falling.
And I'm gonna yell out to everybody, it looks like he's falling.
All right, polar bear
That's it.
time. Okay, polar bear time. What is it doing?
Holding position till these things come back up or another enemy pops out.
Okay. Now come to this creature's turn. This creature, it kind of turns its head and looks in the direction, making a series of clicks at you, Othala, as you're attempting to free fall. It then is going to run in its dash, climb in its dash. As it does, it kind of lets go a little bit and grabs, and continues to move down as far as its speed can allow. It's going to get to roughly just below you and sidestep a little bit, and it raises, grabs with one, and then takes its claw and outstretches underneath you, essentially to catch you when you fall down. So it's essentially opening its arm like a basket with its claw, its insectoid claws. This one is incapacitated, Satan Charmed, has no saving throw unless it takes damage and whatnot. So we're ending that. Regmore, your turn.
Moving over this way where I can't see and ending turn.
Felix, you're up next.
Okay. I am going to jump down, taking whatever fall damage I need to.
Take 3 points of bludgeoning damage. Prompting concentration. Succeeding with a 10!
Okay, I'm going to drop concentration anyways, as I should be able to see Othala. He's 50 feet down. I have 60 feet of dark vision.
That's correct.
I will see Othala, target him, and polymorph him into a giant ape that has a climbing speed.
Oh boy. Tokens are getting crazy. Putting a giant ape into Othala. Othala, are you failing the saving throw? Athala?
I was gonna let it happen. Sorry, I don't know why I pressed the wisdom. save,
Yeah,
but,
I was asking if you're going to.
I'm gonna let it happen.
All right, prepare for tokens to be absolutely fucked.
And then I would move out the other way.
White fur, that's amazing.
Honestly, this is gonna be really tough. All right, we got a lot of things going and a lot of small spaces.
You're welcome, Michael.
you want a giant ape. You grab onto the rock, sliding, coming to kind of a stop on the climb. Its its hands kind of hit down, and kind of in that space where you're feeling a lot. You could have, use one of your arms to beat your chest. The other three are kind of grabbing into the rock, into the chain, really, and grabbing on, hanging on. You're no longer in a free fall. You're able to grab onto that. No worries, as a giant ape. At this stage, after the polymorph has happened, we're going to go ahead and conclude. As these creatures make no further attempt, they are going to continue to descend and tunnel in to the rock at this point of combat. So they are actually disengaging themselves completely after attempting to take Othala. So regardless if you're going to, you can continue the engagement, you can continue the chase. However, these creatures have a significant tunneling and a climbing speed that they will outrange pretty much everyone except for the giant ape. So just going to let you all know that's where we're going to stop. Because we're at a good point here. If there's some plan that they've had using this communication, whatever it was, it's been somewhat foiled, and they're taking now more of a flight or fight. Right? They're taking a flight response, seeing the ape as well. So they're continuing to flee. So I'm going to keep the turn order just in case, but I'm just going to ask maybe. That's usually what I do. Is anybody going to take combat actions? I'll follow you as an ape. Are you gonna swing at them? Type of deal. What are we doing?
I mean, if one gets close to me as I'm climbing, just backhand and just keep climbing up,
Okay.
type of thing.
Yeah,
But if
it's
not,
only fight if they
only if
prevented
they-
Athala
yeah.
from coming back
Yeah.
to us.
Okay.
Yeah,
sounds
if
good.
they're running, I'm gonna ignore them unless they try to grab at him again or grab at one of us again.
We need to
Okay.
regroup.
Okay. Regroup. Okay. Sounds good. All right. I'm gonna end combat there, and then we're gonna finish. You're able to backhand one of them, and kind of swing wildly, dealing a total of about 22 points of damage to one of them, which isn't going to kill that one. It's going to tunnel in, and they're able to now tunnel through and disappear into the rocks, forming their tunnels and caving them in behind them. You now climb outwards. You are up here in your giant ape form. You also have the intelligence, by the way, of a giant ape. Just letting you know in this fight. You have a little bit of rage, and that is where we're going to go ahead and conclude the session. Whoa! That could have been bad.
That's great. I'm gonna be a ape for an hour. This is amazing.
Well, it's not gonna last long. We're gonna take a short rest here. So
How does everyone feel?
good place to end it.
Yeah, great. I had a
I'm
really
glad
good
I-
mental
glad I got
image.
Athala back. He was going,
He
Yeah.
was going.
Yeah, they were taking me.
Because if I was larger, I would have fallen down and tried to dimension door you out. But I'm small and you're medium, so it wouldn't be enough to do it.
Yeah. I had a really great mental image of Costas executing a perfect swan dive.
There you go.
I had proficiency in athletics and high strength, so I figured it wouldn't be too much of a big deal. But that's like a 3 and a 1 on the dice, and I'm like, oh shit.
How
Yeah.
it goes?
You do have so much enthusiasm, though.
I was like, here's the thing, I can see 5 feet in the dark, and I was like, okay, he's a paladin who can see 5 feet. He saw someone get dragged into a pit. He's jumping in. That's
You're welcome, Costas, because you can't
Yeah, I
fly
know.
or teleport.
my dad actually texted me about it. That's how bad it was. He was like, you
Oh.
fucking idiot.
Oh my god. That's so messed up. So many levels. Oh.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I calculated experience for you all. Let's see. I believe I've added this correct. Like I said, I'm pretty tired right now, so my brain is like fumble 36.
20,000 XP. Whoa!
Whoa! I think 1,531 experience each, but you get 36,491 experience total. That's for combat as well as roleplay, and through some of the stuff with Trezgal, in addition to navigating one of the puzzles that's there. So definitely good work and navigating that and then getting information. Definitely lore dump worthy. So I'll be able to post that up for you all as far as what Trescal was kind of saying to you lot. And I'm going to reward inspiration to Othala for your heroics here in saving your friend. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. So an inspiration can be used anytime, gets automatic success, right? You can guarantee that. In your character sheet, you should see that at the top right, you can actually click that and put it on. Now, can't really do stacking inspiration in terms of the character sheet, but you can still stack inspiration. Just keep track of it, maybe in a notepad within your journal of your character sheet or anything like that. So awesome job though, Othala. You definitely you pretty much saved Costas Costas' life.
It's reference. How deep was that hole?
I'm not going to tell you that. You're gonna. I won't say it. You're gonna figure it out.
Because
Yeah.
if it was like 150, maybe I could have survived.
No, you would die.
Okay.
You don't know what's in the bottom of the pit, man. It could be rock, it could be lava, it could be jagged rocks.
So nice job, Othala. You saved your party member's life, and we'll see what Costas does in return.
Yeah.
Will I have a multi-attack? Oh, great ape. Giant ape's amazing.
Yeah, giant apes do a massive amount of damage.
I wasn't really doing it for any of that, just because it was huge, and I figured it could bridge the gap in that cliff, and he could just like kind of like spider climb his way out, kind of, with arms on both sides.
It's great too because I'm low on spell slots, so that was perfect. It's perfect.
I'm surprised that you decided to do the vortex. I mean, I was like, wow, you're pretty much giving up, right, your chance of getting out alive. It just sparing Costas' life for their actions.
I just thought about it. I thought about it logically. Like I could save myself and just let him fall, but I'm like, I have more options. And he probably doesn't. So yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that the only thing, like if you were gonna fall more on Reg's turn that he could do since they're not engaging was unshift, drop concentration, jump down, and then summon a bunch of giant bats to hopefully free fall enough to have giant bats grab you and then wild shape into a bat himself.
Do a little
That would
Spider-Man.
have been cool.
Little
That would have
Spider-Man,
been cool.
Spider-Man maneuver.
Morbius, real quick. Yeah.
Then
all I was thinking was, do I still have a rope? Could I like lasso him? And then I was like, I don't know.
Yeah, Mr. Joe, you need him.
Oh, my friends are great. They're all working to save me.
No one's
Only
dying.
one did.
I would have done my best.
I was really looking through my list, like, what can I do? And it's like, yes, I have.
I attack Othala.
I jump on top.
Paladin, my spell list is super limited. Shit like this.
My spell list is limited to Hunter's Mark and Cure Wounds.
Yeah, at that point, I was just thinking maybe if I could just get down there before he dies to death saves, I can heal him. This is
It's a great plan. It's a great plan.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and close out the stream. So if you're watching Group 6 here, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We'll be back for another session next week, and you can watch us then. And hopefully nobody dies in our beautiful spelunking adventure through this magnificent place. So we'll see you then. All right.
Whoop whoop.
Bye.